China. The world's oldest civilization was born here. Thousands of years later, it is one of the world's chess powerhouses. For most of the past 30 years, China has held the most prestigious title in women's chess. The legacy of the Women's World Championship is rich. Menchik, Gaprindashvili and Chibanonitsa, Kosteniuk, Si Jun and Ho Yifan. Now, three-time world champion Ju Wenjun is defending her title once more. After vanquishing the likes of Katerina Lagno and Alexandra Goryashkina, another rival awaits. Challenger Lei Tingjie had to defeat 3 grandmasters in matches herself to get here. In the first 2 rounds of the candidates, she took on sisters Maria and Anna Muzichuk and won. Then in the final, she beat former world champion Tang Zhongyi.
And that's it!
Resignation! Lei Tingjie, the winner of the 2023 Candidates Finals.
Will Ju Wenjun defend, or will we have a first-time champion, Lei Tingjie? Half the match is in Ju's hometown of Shanghai, half the match in Chongqing, where Lei hails from. Who will win and claim their share of the €500,000 prize fund? Welcome to the official broadcast of the 2023 FIDE Women's Chess Championship. Hello everyone and welcome to a thrilling second day of the 2023 Women's World Championship, where the first half is going to be held in Shanghai, a place known as the Queen of the Orient. And as the players return to the board, well, there we can see them all sitting, well, just one, Ju Wenjun, sitting there lined up. Well, she has the white pieces, and that means one thing: we are going to have more nail-biting, suspenseful moments. I'm your host, International Master Ivanka Hauska, and it's a great pleasure to be commentating all the action alongside 12th former Women's World Champion, Alexandra Kosteniuk. Alexandra, what a start.
Yes, good morning, Ivanka. Good morning, everyone. That was a great game tomorrow, but that was already tomorrow. Today is another one, and the players are getting ready, the commentators are getting ready, everyone, I believe, is getting ready. And what do we expect to see? What are your predictions for that?
Yeah, well, this is certainly the moment where we start to get a bit cagey. Things are getting tense already because the players are just simply trying out their approaches. And yesterday, it was game 1. We did see Lei Tingjie start with the white pieces. And, well, Lei Tingjie had control. She was the one that surprised Ju Wenjun by employing e4. And, well, does look like it was a boring, solid Berlin draw. But it wasn't quite the case, was it, Alexandra?
Yes, it seemed to be a solid draw. When we hear Berlin, we tend to think so. But in fact, we, I think, can agree that Lei got great chances to put pressure on Ju Wenjun, and actually she was putting a lot of pressure. And we can even say that Ju Wenjun blundered at some point, or made mistakes, and a draw seemed as a relief for Ju Wenjun, for the current women's world chess champion. And now she's getting ready to play with white pieces. It's going to be her first game with this color. We'll see what she prepared for the match. Is she going to surprise her opponent with the first e4, or she's going to stick to her main weapon, d4? We're going to find out really, really soon.
We are going to find out really, really soon, as you say there, Alexandra. And in the meantime, let's check out their head-to-head encounters, because the stats are a fascinating thing. We do see that Ju Wenjun is the more experienced player. She is, after all, 3-time reigning Women's World Champion. And when it comes to their overall scores, Ju Wenjun does lead 8 victories, 10 draws, and 2 losses. But when it comes to the classical games, we do see that things are not as quite overwhelming in her favor. She does lead with 4 victories, 5 draws, and 2 victories. What do you expect? Do you expect more of the same?
Well, I mean, Ju Wenjun is, as we can see, she's older, a little bit older, right? She's 32 versus 26. And this age difference might be the reason of Ju Wenjun leading in score. Probably those players played early on in their careers when Lei was just very, very young. But now it's a different story. She's definitely more mature. She was able to get to this World Championship match. She won very convincingly the Grand Swiss. She was dominating throughout the women's candidates. So she is ready. And I expect this match to be a very close one. We'll see if it's going to be true or not. We see also the players getting ready. And probably we should talk about time control.
Yeah, we definitely should talk about the time control as we see the players sitting at the table, and getting ready, getting in that flow state. And the players will have 90 minutes for 40 moves, 30 minutes added after move 40. And of course, there will be a 30-second bonus time added from move 1. Now, this is a different time control from what Jan Nepomniachtchi and Ding Liren played in their World Championship match. Here, this is a lot more standard. The players will be a lot more familiar with this. And of course, with that time bonus, well, what do you expect? Do you think this will help the players, this familiarity? And there we see the players getting ready, shaking hands, dignitary making their first move.
Yeah,
I like this moment.
Yeah, these first moves, they don't really indicate that they indeed are going to take place. It can be basically any move, and we see that the players are taking back their moves, and they might make different ones. And regarding your question about familiarity with the time control, yeah, that definitely helps. When you do play every tournament with one control, you don't need to get accustomed to like a situation with no additional time or with some extra hour adding to your work day. And they know what to expect in terms of time. And time management is a very important thing in chess. And I don't think we've talked. I think we're gonna have a chance to talk about it, I'm sure, throughout this match. But for the moment, it's 2 minutes, right? 2 minutes till the start of the game.
Yes, it is. And there we see both players seemingly almost meditating, visualizing the outcome, doing all those type of things that the self-help gurus tell us, or even the sporting psychologists all tell us that we should do. Get into that flow state, regulate your breathing, calm the nerves.
Right. Do you have some kind of ritual before the first move? Do you do something similar?
I started in 2022 to do something where I would do some kind of weather check. I would observe how I'm feeling. And then this was recommended to me by a performance psychologist. And he said, just do a weather check. And if you're feeling excited, use your breathing to calm yourself down. And so that's more to do with having a longer exhalation than inhalation. And if you're feeling tired, you don't necessarily acknowledge that you're feeling tired. You say there's tiredness, and then you use breathing again, where you have a higher longer inhales than exhales, just to make sure that you get some energy. So that was my ritual in 2021, 2022. And I haven't really played too much over the board chess. So,
right.
And this year, so one thing it is like not to arrive late to the game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So
do
you
you have
prefer
any?
to be. Well, yes, sometimes I do. Like I've created my own ritual for myself, but I don't always follow that somehow. Sometimes I just feel like playing, and probably I need to
And
focus more on my breathing. It might help. But yes, here we are.
the handshake.
And
What are we? This is the big moment.
D4.
D4.
D4. Yeah.
We were discussing this before the show. We were thinking, will Ju Wenjun stick to the familiar, pushing the queen's pawn forward, or is she going to take some risks and push that king's pawn? And Lei Tingjie opening with d5.
Yeah, I did vote correctly. There was a poll going on Twitch .tv-chess about the first move, and I did vote for d4. So, yeah, good. Let's see. Let's now focus on what's going on. We were discussing briefly with you before the game began whether we might see a Nimzo or something else. But no, we're seeing what, well, right now, c5. Yeah, so
C5.
it's semi-Tarash. It's a very, very like direct approach for black. But e3 is a calm move. Look, e3 has never been considered very dangerous for black, because the main move definitely after c5 is c takes d5, and then if black takes with the knight, white can play e4, and a huge theoretical discussion begins. But e3, it's something else. Yes, knight c6.
Yeah, so this was the discussion. And we see e3. So we see Ju Wenjun shy away from the complications and e3. And I was also checking the opening database. And she's played knight c6. This is all normal. This is the most popular move according to the database. And now, looking at the stats, it says that the most played move is actually to play a3.
Exactly, but, because right now, I mean, they're playing this game of wait and see a little bit, but it's not the move that Ju makes, actually. And she captures on d5 here. Okay, that's interesting. Because a3, the reason behind a3 is just to wait what black is going to do, and they usually play a6 and they continue waiting. And as soon as white bishops gets to e2 or d3, at that moment black captures on c4, like winning half a tempo, tempi.
Yeah.
And the same goes for black when they like develop her after knight c6. Yes, knight c6, a3, a6.
A3,
It's
yes.
one of the main lines. But okay, c takes d5 here is a little bit different. So white decides to take on d5, and now she can develop her bishop, I believe, after black recaptured. And I suppose, that's kind of one of the tabias of this line with e3. So the players will...
Yeah, no, I was going to say it's an interesting opening choice from Ju Wenjun, primarily because to me this looks like a reversed Panov Popvinnik.
Exactly, yes.
But you have that one tempo, which means that everything is okay, no danger.
Right. And it is looks like a Panov variation, right? It can even
Yes, it
sometimes...
But white just has that extra move, and so now I would expect knight to...
Okay,
she catches with the pawn.
Yeah, for the moment, I think since the players are blitzing out their moves so fast, we can just watch what direction they will choose, and then focus on the positions that we get out of the opening, because it's going to, get like transposed every basically move they make to some different structures and positions, and everything is happening so fast that it's really hard to like focus on every single move. But as soon as they pause, we can get into details and see what they prepared and what kind of structure they are getting ready to play with.
Yes, and well, the structure, as you mentioned, it has been determined by those that pawn capture in the center, and it does mean that both sides have a relatively freedom of movement when it comes to the bishops. So this bishop can either develop to e7, go to b4. It depends on your mood. Both moves viable, and also white pieces don't have any problems. It's just going to be all about those very old-fashioned classical rules of development. Get your king to safety, get your pieces on active squares, and then take it from there. And, well, she played bishop d6. Not the most popular choice.
But definitely one of the possibility. Why not to develop your bishop to d6? It seems as a very good square, right? For the bishop, it takes under control many important squares, including f4 and e5. That might be quite important later on in the game. But still, I think we can expect two castles now, castle, castle, and then move something like bishop g5. Seems quite tempting to make, to pin this knight on f6 and to put pressure on d5. And of course, as you can guess, there were many, many games, including on a very high level, with the same move order, with the same position appearing. So I'm keeping track of them. And when we get a little bit further down, I will tell you the names.
Yeah, another move that is also seen in this type of position is simply for white to go h3, just to kind of say, well, I don't want you to develop your bishop out to g4 and do that pin, because that pin is somewhat awkward. But it does beg the kind of question that if we do see a move like h3, black naturally is going to copy and says, I don't want your bishop arriving on g5, thank you very much. And how is white going to... Okay, so we do see the move for castles being played. Right. So we've... And now
I believe white can play h3 here, right, as well.
Yeah,
I mean, same
they
idea.
Can. Mm-hmm. And now this is the big moment where we see bishop g5. Okay.
Well, I suppose it's still a long theoretical line. Many games still with this position happening on the board, including very recent games from Sharjah Masters, for example, but there h3 was played instead of bishop g5.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, bishop g5. So I would expect
bishop g4.
Bishop g4, right? But the big question is, can white use some tactics? Because there is this pin on the knight. So tactically speaking, if you can play bishop g4 and get away with it, then all is well. So just to reinforce, this is not going to work because of bishop takes h2 check.
Okay, and then after king takes h2, queen takes d5.
Yeah.
I want to say it's like looks like a double attack.
Apparently this move is the most accurate one. And then you drive it back so that in order so then you can take the knight with your knight.
And
so
for if instance, I go knight f4? No, after if you queen d6, knight f4, then you play knight h6 or?
Yeah, knight. Wow, apparently it gets very complicated with lots of pieces hanging.
Too many pins. Nice Look how many pins. 2 knights are pinned. The one on f4 is pinned, the one on f3 is pinned.
This is loose, and then I have to highlight these 2 knights, which are vulnerable. So tactically, white can't play knight takes d5. So this is very important.
Good to know, right? It's very important to know. Sometimes you play those moves that are automatically, being played by so many great players, and then when you happen to have this position in front of you in the game, you start wondering why. I mean, for example, nobody takes on d5, and if you don't know, sometimes it's quite hard to figure it out on your own in a practical game. So it's it's very important when you're studying a line, an opening line, to ask yourself those questions. Why nobody takes on d5? Why nobody takes on f6? Or, I mean, what would I play if I was white or black?
Okay, yeah, I got it. I also feel the same way, because often you're going to get this type of position, and you're thinking, why should I be worried? And then you end up playing something else, something second rate, in order to deal with a threat that you didn't know how to refute. So definitely important to know your tactical points in your openings. I have it as a rule of thumb, as I try to, when it comes to opening, I try to memorize the sharp points. And if there's any trick, I try to store it in my memory bank. And I normally attach like little notes and little things. Like, for instance, if I have 4 pawns in the middle of the board, I always visualize like 2 stags headbutting each other. And I'm like, tension. so I think it's a good trip. Anything that will help trigger your memory.
Of course, as long as it works for you, yeah, you need to somehow tag those lines to make it stay in your memory.
Yeah.
That's what I suggest.
Definitely. And I just checking the opening database just to see what is running through Lei Tingjie's mind. She can play bishop g4. It's been played twice. She can also play bishop e6. That could be something else that she's considering, which is a lot more stable, reinforced control over the d5 square. But on the other hand, it does have a bit more of a passive vibe, because white will just simply go rook e1 or put the rooks on c1. And, just maximize their use. Those are the kind of options that she could be thinking about. She could also be thinking, if we go back to the main position with bishop g5, she could also be thinking about bishop e7 for that. No, I don't recommend that one. h6 would be a move that I would be thinking about.
Yes. Well, my bet would be that she knows that bishop g4 is a main move here. But again, since it's a completely different situation from being at home, looking at your computer and going through all those lines, now you need, you're on your own. And sometimes your memory plays very dirty tricks with you. I mean, you're almost like 100% sure that a certain move should be played, and like you see that, strange, because your opponent can reply in a certain way that you don't like, but you say to yourself, okay, but I know that that's the move to make, and you make it, and of course your opponent replies with the move that you didn't like, and then you go home and you understand that that was not the position at all. And that's why it's so important sometimes to take time, to make sure that actually you're not like mixing certain things up and just double checking, trying to recall what you looked at home. So it's a very tricky situation.
So there is, when it comes to memory advice, you just reminded me of a technique that Vishy Anand says, about how you can stop this kind of fog happening of memorizing moves in different types of position. He says, look at, and I got my little book of commentary stories here and advice, and he says, look at the position once, then skip a day, and then go over that position again, and then you skip it for 3 days, and you keep doing this, and apparently, according to Vishy, after 8 times the brain will have encoded what you are meant to be doing.
I wish it could always work like this, During one tournament, sometimes you like repeat and repeat and repeat those lines, and they never stay in your memory. Okay, bishop g4, bishop e2, very fast.
Bishop e2 played, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And again, we have like a reversal of yesterday's game, just in the sense that Ju Wenjun has got her preparation in. She's making the moves at tempo, just like Lei Tingjie was. And Lei Tingjie is having to navigate the psychological maze completely, because she's playing good moves, but the speed of Ju Wenjun's replies indicates that this is very much preparation. And you have that dilemma all the time. Do you repeat what you've played? Do you repeat what is you know to be good? Or do you play something different?
Right, sometimes it's so scary. Well, that's called psychological pressure, right? That's why white usually has this advantage of playing white, because in most of the cases, it's white who's like can put
Yeah.
this kind of pressure, who chooses some opening and then can play fast. Again, at some point, you just hope that your opponent will play on his or her own, and then everything is going to be out of the books. And she plays very fast. Bishop e6, I believe, right? She played.
She did play bishop e6. I'm just just
This
curious as
is.
to whether this is main
It's not, well,
line.
it's difficult to say main or not. There were other games with other moves such as rook e8, bishop e7, but bishop e6 was used, for example, by Yan Nepomniachtchi in his rapid game against Shahryar Mamedяров last year
Okay.
in Zagreb, in the rapid portion. And there were other games as well with this move. For instance, Vidit was using it, and one of his online games. So definitely a possibility for black, but it looks a little bit odd. I would never, I would never go back with my bishop if I don't have to. I mean, because the bishop. Okay, there is a reason, right, behind it, because it was pinning the knight. And now white got back to e2, like unpinning it, and
Yeah,
and
now the pin is broken. What's the point in keeping the bishop on g4? Why not
exactly.
reinforce the protection of d5, which is black's weak point for the time being? And, well, we see a pause there from Ju Wenjun, so clearly not expecting that move. But I can also see that there's been 3 games on this chess.com database, and in all 3 games, white played in a very natural way. Step 1 was just to put the rooks on the open lines and put the rook on e1, put it on c1, and someone did actually put the queen to d2. But that move I'm not that fond of.
Right, yeah, rook e1, rook c1 seem like 2 good moves to make first, and then we can decide on queen d2.
Where the queen goes.
Yeah,
the queen can
it
go maybe to c2, can go to, who knows where it wants to go for the
maybe
time
it can
being.
stay on d1, right? Also a possibility.
Exactly, because in a lot of lines, sometimes, the queen wants to come out to b3 and put pressure on b7 and d5. But obviously, it needs to be well timed. So I'm expecting a rook to move to the open line, and that move makes a lot of sense. And I remember working with a Danish grandmaster, and he told me about the sliding scale that every piece has. And he says, he said to me, Ivanka, don't just have this idea that a rook is worth 5, a knight is worth 3, because this makes it very difficult psychologically for you to sacrifice pieces for positional gains. And he said, instead, if you just think of it like a rook is only worth 5 if it's on an open line, then you can start to appreciate the value of what it's doing. And the same with a knight. A knight is only worth, it can be worth 3, it can both be worth up to 5. If it's stuck there in the middle on an outpost and can't be chased away, then it's worth way more than 3. And so I was like, oh, I like it. And this is a nice way to think about chess, and just to psychologically make sure that you are able to sacrifice those pieces when needs must.
Right. Yes, maybe sometimes we just have these thoughts of pieces being so valuable, and it's so hard for us to sacrifice. But yeah.
You've never had that problem? of sacrificing
No,
pieces?
I did well because sometimes, especially with sacrificing exchanges, you know that
Yeah.
because I've had some unfortunate decisions of mine where I did sacrifice and I overestimated the initiative and I lost eventually. I didn't have to sacrifice, the positions were equal. And then in my next games where actually I have to sacrifice and I understand, well, that it's tempting and it looks nice, but I don't dare to. And I just end up not to. And then you get back home, you check, and that was strong.
I feel you.
tricky.
This is what makes
Yeah.
chess very complicated, because when you do get ambitious and you're like, yes, this is it, I'm going to throw caution to the wind, and then it's completely unnecessary and everyone criticizes you. And then there are moments when you should be doing these things, but you remember the past traumas, and
Yeah.
so it's good to always I think somehow or other, I think you always have to play a chess game with a clean sheet. Just
Yes,
like
of course you have to, but sometimes you just don't know. You know that sometimes you tend to overestimate the initiative, for example, and you
yeah.
calculate, and okay, a certain sacrifice can seem tempting, but then how, strong your initiative really is. Sometimes it's so hard to evaluate, right? We're not engines. You just press this button, you see like +3 evaluation, you say, okay, that's strong. But during a classical game, you never know. Okay, but Lei looks so so angry. Rook e1 h6 was played. Bishop h4. Yes, and the question to black right now: what's he gonna do about this pin on f6? Because those kind of pins, they're annoying. They can be seen in all kind of openings, and you cannot really, play on with them because, then in that case, the queen on d8 needs to protect the knight. It cannot move away. So you have to protect yourself from this pin somehow. And there are just basically two ways possible: either to play g5, well, which has its own
Yeah, so she plays bishop
consequences,
h4, g5. It is a possibility, but it does
or bishop
require
e7,
nerves of
right?
steel. Yeah.
Again, yeah, exactly. G5 looks so scary to play. For example, in the games that I mentioned between Mamedov and Nepomniachtchi, Jan did play G5 a little bit later on, and
Yeah.
probably he did regret his choice because, okay, G5 weakens many squares around your king, and it can
Yeah,
help
this is the
white get
problem
an
with
advantage.
pushing pawns. You leave behind weak squares, and certainly this is something that will make Ju Wenjun feel very optimistic if she entices g5. It might be a great move, but in terms of risk and the margin of error for black, suddenly it will be very much weighted in white's favor, because black will have to tread very carefully, because any mistake once you've played g5 will be costly.
Exactly. And saying that and having that in mind, I start to think about bishop e7, which also, this option after h6, yes, here, somewhere here, or a little bit later on. But again, that means, putting your bishop back away from this h2 b8 diagonal and giving some
Yeah.
possibilities for white to explore the e5 square, for example. Maybe after playing rook c1, knight e5 might follow. So it looks a little bit passive, but maybe quite solid.
It
And definitely
does
not
look
as risky as
passive.
g5. Mhm.
No. But then you do have to ask yourself, why did you develop the bishop to d6 in the first place if you're then
Yeah,
going to lose time and then go bishop e7? So I do feel that Nepomniachtchi's approach, although risky, is perhaps the correct one, to go g5 and simply play with your king exposed, but you just have to know the path to neutrality.
oof, yeah, but is it an easy one? For example, like, some engine can say and can suggest G5, right? And can show some
Yeah.
evaluation about equality. But when making such moves in a practical game, when preparing them even at home, you should understand that you are going to be on your own in when playing. And I mean, it seems so
Yeah,
risky. It
it
seems
is.
just way too risky to me.
It is risky. I think you have to, like, if you're going to play g5 and play bishop g3, I think afterwards you have to back that up with a lot of activity, because I always think of like pawn structure, piece activity, something that you have to balance. If your pawn structure is bad, then in order to balance the scales, you need to have really good piece activity. And I feel that there's some risk with black's king, so you need to go forward like some 94. You know,
Go
step
all
up
in
with the game.
again.
Yeah, you have to go all in. You absolutely do. But the question is, do you want to go all in so
early
in the match? It will set the tone, right? But one thing I have noticed about Ju Wenjun especially is that, and also it was a trademark of Ding Liren and Yang Nepomniachtchi, is that when they played each other and they lost, they gambled, they went all in, and then they invariably got that comeback victory.
Yeah, that was an incredible match indeed. I don't think we're gonna witness something similar in the years to come, because it was really unbelievable. Every day was a roller coaster with so many decisive games. Just hard to imagine.
But I think it might happen again. I think that this is kind of a sign of nerves, but also a sign of the times, that people are kind of experimenting a lot more with their openings. They're looking at ways to trick their opponents, and naturally you get more unbalanced positions. And we haven't seen G5 just yet, but I do agree with that comment from the chat, which says G5 is definitely going to be on the cards. But what was played was Rook C8. Put those rooks on the open lines. Very good.
You're a big supporter of rooks on open lines, right?
Yeah, absolutely. It's the way forward. I'm a big fan of simple chess. And although I'm a big fan in theory, in practice I do other things. I go rogue.
Yeah, we discussed it yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, it's sometimes the thing that happens. I get seduced by grabbing some material, and then the position becomes massively complicated, and I get criticized by my coaches who says, "You didn't need to grab that pawn. You didn't need to make that position wild. No, just play gently and play practically." As you mentioned yesterday, we actually saw Ju Wenjun do that. When she was in trouble, she played very practically. She didn't have much time, and she just went for the path where she can make life easier for herself. And there we also see chat saying G5 is coming. It will be up black's sleeve.
But white can play queen d2 now and stop g5 coming for a few moves, or rather make black play bishop e7 if they want to unpin from, because there is not going to be another way around.
Yes, I agree, because if you do go g5, you will be in for a nasty shock, because knight takes g5. This is not really a sacrifice, because after that, this knight on f6 will hang, and black has also lost all the pawn cover on the king side, so that's not what you want to do. But queen d2 is definitely a move. Force bishop e7, and then I guess black is arguing, well, the queen on d2 isn't necessarily not necessarily, might not be the best square for it, basically.
Yeah, because you always have to consider knight e4 with the queen on d2, right? And, it looks a little bit scary to be knight's move distance from black's knight on f6, so from being attacked by this knight.
Exactly. So queen d2 could be a possibility, and because of your move, knight e4, that's tempt me to actually go bishop to d3, just to kind of reinforce the control over this. And the game kind of continues. I'd feel like, again, black has to maneuver the pieces to better squares, maybe make some trades.
Even here, you have to
How?
calculate knight e4. What are you gonna do after knight e4? You always have to check if those complications that happen after this move are in your favor. Maybe just
Uh,
capturing on e4 here works pretty well. Bishop takes e4.
Bishop takes e4. And
Yes.
yeah, I was thinking the knight, but I like this bishop takes e4, and then what else to do? Pawn
Yeah, because
takes, because you're always gonna capture this bishop on e7, and it's gonna attack the queen, so that's gonna give you some extra time.
well, bishop takes h4, I believe black has to play. But in
but then
that
you
case,
step back. You
or
step
I
back
can
with the
simply
bishop
take on
anyway.
h4. I was why knight takes h4,
Yeah.
d takes e4, rook takes e4, and I have an extra pawn. Well, some compensation for black, of
But
course.
an extra pawn is good. It's extra
Yes.
material is always something to make you smile, especially me. So no, not quite 94, but definitely something you need to be calculating on every single move.
Exactly. If you put your queen to d2, yes.
Yeah.
You don't have to. You can play rook c1 if you're not scared, if you're not afraid of g5, and I see no reason to be afraid of, right? I mean, since it looks as quite commitment.
So rook c1, g5, bishop g3. But black is always going to be doing this knight 94 idea, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes, probably. But what if, are you going to play f5 if I play bishop d3, for example? Are you going to play f5? Or it's too much? Is it too much?
It's tempting. What can I say? I would certainly want to reinforce that knight, because if I have to make a retreat, then...
Oof. Well, now you're threatening to play f4.
f4.
So probably I have to take on d6 and then try to find a way to attack your knight on e4. Maybe playing bishop b1, then getting ready for knight e5 and some complications. Or maybe even knight b5, knight e5. Again, need to calculate here to make your choice. But this g5, f5, oof, black is not kidding.
Yeah. It's not kicking, and I think I've gone all blurry in my camera. Or am I okay? It's very rarely sunny in Bergen, where I live. But right now it's sunny, and I have blackout curtains, and this little ray of sunlight is coming in and shining directly on my face.
Yes.
So, thank you, Bergen sun. I will have to do something about that in the break. But I think it's okay.
Well, it should be hot in Shanghai during this time of the year. I think last time I was there, it was exactly in July. And hot and humid, but in the plain area, I'm sure it's a comfortable temperature.
It will be cold. And let's also not forget that Shanghai is Ju Wenjun's hometown. She's very much accustomed to the climate. She's playing in front of a home crowd. Everyone is supporting her for the time being. And then halfway after we pass the halfway stage, the match will then move to Tongqing, and this is the hometown of Lei Tingjie. And what is interesting is that this exact scenario was the case when Ju Wenjun played her very first World Championship match in 2018 against Tang Zhongyi. She played the first half in Shanghai. She got 2.5 points out of 3 in the beginning, and then she managed to fend off Tang Zhongyi to take the title.
Right.
How important is it to play in a place where you have good vibes, good atmosphere? Is it going to be more difficult for her? Because obviously there's extra pressure, though, if you are playing in your home city. And we have a move from
A3?
Ju Wenjun.
What
A3.
I think so. I mean, it looked this way. Quite a quiet move, probably preparing bishop d3.
Yes.
Yes, it's on the board. It's
Okay.
very quiet. And taking under control the b4 square. Why she needs it under control? Well, that's another question for us. We can try to figure it out. But okay, my first impression is that she's getting ready for bishop d3
Yeah.
because, well, what would happen? But again, I'm wondering if she would play it now. I don't think that black would reply with knight b4. I mean, instead of a3, she would play bishop d3. So maybe not bishop d3 she has in her mind. Oh, hard to say. Or maybe, like after rook c1 that I was suggesting, there was an option for black bishop f4, and it seems that white had to retreat the rook back. Maybe she's getting ready for something like rook c1, bishop f4, rook c2, if she has the pawn on
Uh-huh.
a3, because
And then
here rook
this
c2
one,
is not possible, right?
night
And
before, is the
right,
big idea. Okay.
because I
That's
think
deep.
bishop d3, maybe it's not part of her plan. Maybe she just wants to play rook c1 and b4, and that's why she plays a3.
So this is the plan, to go rook c1, b4, and then the knight will presumably come a4, c5 one day, and exert pressure on b7 and e6, which is very common in this type of pawn structure. But a3 is a little bit odd in the long term, because now the reverse is true. If black can
Yes.
establish a knight on c4, then a3 is a really bad move, because you can't kick that knight back, because the a3 point is weak.
Yeah, but at the same time, moving your knight away from the center here feels like losing control over the e5 square. After
That's
knight
true.
a5, I can play knight e5. And thanks to the spin, which is still on the board and quite annoying, black can be a little bit uncomfortable. I mean, letting my knight, like letting white's knight to e5.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. You have to be very careful with knight a5 because of that precise reason. So not necessarily now, but then the question is for black, what is the plan? So once you've played the happy move of rook e8, are you going to go eventually, either you're going to go bishop e7 or g5. And the question is, do you want to go rook e8 if your plan is to go g5? Sorry. Because we saw that maybe the rook on f8 is needed to kind of bolster a potential knight on e4 with f5.
Well, rook
Knight e4.
e8, yes, and I can, pin the knight on c6 by playing bishop b5. And you see, after a6, bishop a4, b5, bishop c2, a3 can be helpful at the end.
That is very true. And again, black has the annoying problem. Like, what are you going to do to unravel from this pin? Because you do want to develop that queen and connect the rooks, something that I'm very happy to do.
Yeah, and
Knight
when
e5.
getting back to your question about being comfortable to play in your home city, June last match he won was the match that where they played half of the match in Shanghai against Alexander Goryachkin and half of the match in Vladivostok, like the Russian territory, and probably Goryachkina was more comfortable over there, so she still won that match even though she needed to play the second half, like the most decisive part in Russia. And being with that in mind, it indicates that she's capable of performing in situations where she might be not as comfortable. I think it's generally can be said about the Chinese players. They're really warriors. Sometimes they don't care about those conditions and like comfort, and we're spoiled in a way here in Europe with certain situations, and we expect everything to be high standard and very comfortable, and we're getting very annoyed if things are not as well organized. While I think Chinese players, it feels like they have this bar much lower set on, and
Yeah.
that helps them in a way.
Yeah, it's an interesting point, and also something that you also see with Indian players as well, that they're
Yes.
used to different type of conditions. Because for starters, one thing that we take for granted in Europe is that a tournament, a venue is only going to be 2-3 hours travel. But for a player from India, from China, they have to make like a 24-hour journey just to get to the playing venue, just to sit at that board. They have to adjust the jet lag, time differences. I mean, even online chess is played in the early hours of the morning. So it's a different type of
Yes, at 9
inconvenience.
a.m.
And it definitely is something that is strengthening and does toughen, sharpens the mind. And there we did see Lei Tingjie develop the rook to e8, and now the ball is in Ju Wenjun's court, and she is considering how she is going to continue and apply pressure on Lei Tingjie's position. And I think it's the perfect time to take our first break of the day. And Ju Wenjun looks like she is getting ready to have a long think. And let's have a break and see you on the other side in a few minutes.
Chess Kid is fun. Chess is great for the brain, but it's also fun to play. And Chess Kid makes it easy to have fun. Whether your child is a total beginner or a prodigy, they can hop on and find a well-matched opponent from around the world at any time. Chess Kid is the safe, parent-approved way for your child to play chess online. Chess Kid is educational. To kids, it feels just like playing, but chess is a great way to learn patience, strategy, and critical thinking. Chess Kid features a comprehensive training program that guides kids to level up on their way to mastery. There are more than 50,000 chess puzzles and a whole library of entertaining videos that teach strategies, tactics, openings, and endgames specifically for kids. Chess Kid is easy. Whether you're a parent helping your child, a coach managing dozens of kids, or a school of hundreds. Signing up is free and easy, so what are you waiting for?
Oh my goodness, 98? Whoa.
Bishop d5 with mate.
way!
It has to give it. Mate! You voted mate!
Chance, rook f7. Oh, whoa, no! No! No!
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. For those of you who just joined us, I'm your host, International Master Ivanka Haska, and I'm commentating alongside the awesome Grandmaster Alexandra Kostaniuk. And we are in game 2. We just passed the opening stage, and it's been a cagey start. It did look like Ju Wenjun got her preparation in. And now we did see that Ju Wenjun quickly moved the bishop out to the b5 square. That was the move that came during the break, and now it's Lei Tingjie's turn to start thinking.
Yes, welcome back, everyone. We are waiting for g5. Well, at least engines are screaming for this move, but to tell you the truth, I mean, if I were black, I would very be scared to make such a decision. Because, well, if you play g5, it's going to be forever there, and it weakens this king side so much. So unless it's really necessary, I would prefer not to make such a commitment.
Yeah. Shall we investigate all the fun that happens after g5?
Well, knight g5 unfortunately is not possible. It doesn't feel enough here. So bishop g3 is obliged. And what do we do with black here? You were saying about knight e4.
Well, now knight e4.
But right now it doesn't seem to be possible, right?
It doesn't seem to be working because the bishop was on e2 before, so I was not giving away port material, and now knight e4 isn't on the cards.
Maybe bishop g4 then.
So maybe bishop g4, keep things active.
So same, doing approximately same thing as white. Just try to do pinning this knight, putting some pressure on d4. Yeah, preparing rook e1. Exactly. Looks as a good option to me. And now, it's white's turn to think and contemplate. What are the options? Bishop takes e6, bishop e5. For some reason, I'm just considering giving up bishops.
No, I also, the thought came to my mind as well, in order to get rid of this annoying pin, because somehow you want to be going queen to d3. Do you want to take? Queen takes?
No, I don't really want to take. No, I didn't want to take.
Okay, you don't want to take?
Mm-mm.
No, okay.
I wanted to play bishop e5 with bishop takes e6 or without, but a6 was played.
A6 played, okay.
And with that being said, it feels to me that Lei, she's not gonna play g5. For some reason, she's just making every other possible moves but g5. So maybe she's not. It's not a part of her plan to make this move.
Right.
Bishop a4 or bishop takes e6?
I like my bishop. So the thing is, you do have to calculate g5 at every single stage, and if you were to go bishop a4, g5 is the move you need to calculate.
Again.
Bishop comes back to g3. There's still no knight e4 on the board, and your move bishop to g4. I would be tempted to. Somehow or other, I'm very attracted to primitive style chess, and I'd love to go to bishop c2, put the queen on d3,
yes.
battery, and you follow up with your idea of bishop e5. Maybe bishop e5 is and we see the moves also coming very quickly.
So I was wondering, bishop takes e6. Of course, you don't want to give up this bishop, right? Just like that. But I was wondering whether there are some tactical resources connected to this pin and bishop takes e6, because after bishop takes e6, rook takes e6, knight e5 might become okay, I cheated a little bit. I switched on engines, and actually after rook takes e6, bishop takes f6 seems to be giving white a big edge because of the other pin. Queen takes f6, knight takes d5. Still, still, when I see a pair of two bishops, I start wondering whether this pawn is really, gives such an advantage to white. But a pawn, as we mentioned, is a pawn, right? It's something we can feel, and that's why. I mean, especially after e6, I would consider taking on c6 because it feels like there is some tension, there are some tactical motives, and after b takes c6. I think even b4 can be considered trying to stop black from playing c5 and trying to stabilize the structure, right? The pawn on a6 is there, queen d3 is coming, and it feels as an interesting possibility. But of course, usually we tend to keep our bishops, we tend not to exchange them for knights in open positions, especially. And of course, we all can understand bishop a4 moves that Ju Wenjun made quite clearly.
I think bishop takes knight is a very difficult, bishop takes f6. It's a very difficult tactical spot because you're not instinctively looking in that direction. So, and like you say, in the hands of an engine, an extra pawn is going to be amazing. In the hands of a human, who knows what nonsense they can get up to. So, yeah, I kind of see the attraction on just retreating the bishop to a4 and maintaining the tension. And again, the big question is for black, how are you going to do something? Because if you're left unchecked, then the white queen will lift up to d3, and then the bishop will come to c2 one fine day. And a piece will appear on e5.
Yeah, but right now, after bishop a4, again, those engines, they are screaming for b5, bishop c2, g5.
Wow.
Yeah.
To actively provoke the bishop to c, and then g5.
Very in Lei style, I would say. I mean, remember yesterday, she was pushing her pawns forward so fiercely. I mean, g4, h4, everything. I mean, and why not try to? I mean, why not give it a try with with her black pawns as well?
But the queens are still on the board.
Yes.
Oh,
really?
Heightens the element of risk here. So it is in her style. It is very much in her style. She promises us fighting chess, and she certainly delivered that yesterday. And how does the computer suggest backing up g5?
I believe, well, I switched it off, but I believe instead of bishop g4, it suggests taking on g3 and playing queen b6. Preparing before.
Preparing moves so in fact the idea is positional.
Yes, of course, taking some space
to attack the d4
he just evaluates that probabilities of creating an attack for white are very low. He believes that the knight on f6 guards the king very well, and there is no way to distract it somehow for the moment. Well, it just just believes that
interesting.
His attack on the queen side is stronger and faster.
Yeah, because the move that you want to be playing is queen d3, so that you can. So my plan was to reinforce the protection of the rook, the pawn on d4 by moving the rook to d1. There you go, I'll get my arrows right. And then, once you've done that, then the knight can jump to e5. But the computer is cold-bloodedly saying, no, it doesn't trouble them at all. And that b4. So after queen d3, b4 is a move?
No, he plays something like king g7, knight a5.
King G7.
No, not b4 at all. I mean,
no.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
It is, but still, rook a to
It's just
c1.
interesting because I wouldn't have said that black was equal in any way. And this kind of position, I would say that white is the one pressing, and white has the possibility of jumping with the knight e5. It visually looks good.
Yeah,
admittedly, there is no. Admittedly, there is no concrete posts that you can really put the knight in to attack. You really want a knight on f5. It's not going to get there. You really want to destabilize these g5 pawn. It's difficult to do. You need to chase away this knight on f6. Not happening.
But if the plan is knight a5, knight c4, maybe black can do it straight away. I'm not sure it's the right plan, but maybe putting pressure on the b2 pawn is the way to go.
Ooh, critical. It's very computer-like.
Yes, it is.
As the
No,
human
because
would be worried
for
about what's
example, here
happening on
knight
the
takes
king
g5,
side.
for example, right now would worry me terribly, and then followed by rook e5. No, I'm not sure it suggests knight a5 here, but I'm just...
No.
Yeah, you see, there's a val bar saying, okay, your attack, I don't care about it. I will just go king f8 after your check on g5, and that's it. I have an extra knight. Who knows? Knight c4 probably here. I have my plan.
Yeah.
I don't know what you are doing, but I'm bringing my knight to c4.
Yeah, we have to show that. Knight comes to c4, the rook takes, the king goes f8 and says, hey,
What's
I'm
next?
completely untroubled.
Yeah,
exactly.
Right.
And it's a sad day for humanity, but the computer is right. There really isn't that much that white can latch onto, because the knight on f6 and this bishop on e6, fantastic defenders.
Yeah, exactly.
Interesting.
So the question is Lei gonna dare to play so aggressively? Hard to say.
Well, if you've seen it before, if you've seen this idea before, then of course it's in your pattern recognition database. You can then play it boldly. But if you're working this out, it takes a special type of character. I do happen to, as you mentioned earlier, that Lei Tingjie is an aggressive player. She's very direct. Well, it is within her means, but I don't think that she will back this up with just, putting the queen on b6 and knight a5, knight c4.
Right, still hard to believe, yes.
Yeah.
But she needs to make some moves. What else? What else? If not b5, if not g5, for example, we think that black is not in her mood to push her pawns. What else can she do? Knight e5 is in the air, right?
Exactly. So, really, you do not want to be making moves like bishop e7. Come on, what is this? This is just passive stuff. Because, like you mentioned, knight e5, immediately just comes in, unsettles the knight. Nope. That one just, it feels... Ugh.
Maybe there are no other moves. That's what I want to say. Maybe just the only possibility. We're gonna eliminate all other moves for black, and we will, come to the conclusion that b5 is the only decent continuation. Well, she of course can say play b5, but she doesn't have to play g5. Although after b5, bishop c2. It feels like at some point, now or after queen d3, she will eventually need to play g5, right?
Exactly, yeah. So queen d3, and then only when forced, g5. But again, so you could do it. You could rearrange, but every time you touch the knight from c6, then white, of course, has the possibility of playing knight to e5. So... And there's no way you want to be playing b4, because that just breathes life into this rook on a1. So nothing else to do.
Well, it's very quiet for the moment, but it can explode at any point. It's quiet, but then a few moves like b5, g5, and it will get completely messy.
Yeah. And whilst Lei Tingjie is pausing and having a deep think as to whether she wants to play b5, g5, and take dynamic measures, let's have a look at how Lei Tingjie got to the World Championship match.
Challenger Lei Tingjie is trying to become the 18th Women's World Champion in history and the 7th from China. She would join a prestigious list that includes Xijun, Hou Yifan, and her opponent in this match, Ju Wenjun. Lei Tingjie has already made history several times. She is just one of 7 women to become a Grandmaster as a teenager. In 2021, Lei won the first ever Women's Grand Swiss, and she did it by a whopping 1.5 points, starting the event an amazing 8 out of 9. With a round to spare, no one could mathematically catch her. That dominant victory put Lei into the candidates tournament, one step shy of the World Championship. 3 short match victories, and she would be the challenger. Lei won them all, and she never even needed a tiebreak. For her first battle held in Monaco, Lei faced off against former world champion Maria Muzichuk. Lei won immediately in the first game, then secured 3 draws to advance to the semi-final. Lei wasn't done with the Muzichuk family yet. Next came Anna Muzichuk, Maria's older sister. The players started with 3 draws, partially flipping the script from the previous round. But the match ultimately produced the same result. Lei won the 4th game, and with it, her second match. The final moved to China, where Lei faced her compatriot Tan Zhongyi. Like Maria Muzichuk, Tan Zhongyi is a former world champion. Tan greeted Lei coldly in the very first game, delivering Lei's first loss of the candidates. How would Lei deal with her first adversity of the qualification cycle? By taking over the match and never losing again. She won Game 2, and Game 4, and Game 5. Her third win clinched the match with a game still on the schedule. Just like in the last round of the Grand Swiss, it wasn't needed. Now Ju Wenjun awaits. Has the 3-time champ finally met her match in Lei Tingjie?
A very impressive candidate there in Lei Tingjie, and wow, her journey to the World Championship match has been absolutely stupendous. It all started in 2021 at the Grand Swiss, and there you mentioned that she just had one shot at qualifying into the women's candidates, and she took it.
Yes, exactly. Just one tournament abroad she played that year, 2021. She won it. Next year, just the only tournament she played was the candidates. Quarterfinal, semifinal. She won it again with flying colors. And then she was back to China, where she won the candidates final. And now she's playing against her compatriot, Ju Wenjun, trying to get this crown away from her.
Yeah, huge. Definitely very motivated competitor. Like you mentioned there, just played one tournament per year, managed to get it. And of course, in the candidates, she faced off some tremendous players. You know, Maria Muzichuk, a former women's world champion, Anna Muzichuk, one of the few women to have crossed 2600. And then, of course, Tan Zhongyi is also also one of her best friends, actually. They both grew up together in Chongqing and became grandmasters together. So tough competition there. And what's impressive for me is that she hasn't needed a single tiebreak whatsoever. It was completely unparalleled. And in terms of rating, we also have to mention that Lei Tingjie is number 4 women ranked in the world. She has in her 2550 something.
Let me check.
Something.
Yes, it keeps changing, but I remember that she rose very, very fast to like over 2550, 2554 she has right now. And then suddenly, like a few years back, she dropped to 2450, almost 100 points, like very, very fast, significantly. And it didn't last long. She got it back, and now she's on the rise, despite the fact that we were discussing that these players, Lei Tingjie and Ju Wenjun, suffered a lot in terms of their professional performances because of the pandemic, since they were locked up in China. They were not able to travel abroad. They skipped many important tournaments and possibilities to get chess crown, not only in classical chess. Well, in classical they keep it in China, but in rapid and blitz they were not able to play there, and of course it's very, very sad for them. But okay, now they're at the board. What was the move that Lei just played? She made some move.
She played b5.
B5 it is. Okay, so she goes. Here she comes. No hesitation. If she feels that the position requires it, she goes for it.
Absolutely. And now it's Ju Wenjun's turn. And it's interesting that Lei Tingjie had a very long think. She needed to reinforce all the calculation. But the key question is, after bishop c2, will she now follow suit on the other side of the board and play g5? I mean, she has to. She has to do it.
Does she?
This is not the time for bang.
That's an interesting question. Now, I'm wondering whether Black can, just withhold making this move for the moment, like play knight a5 straight away.
So after bishop c2, what will Black play?
Knight a5, knight to a5.
Oh, knight a5. Okay.
Yeah, but in that case, I think that queen to d3, setting up
now
this battery.
g5.
Yes, but now g5, maybe knight takes g5 is an option, actually. With the queen and the bishop being already on this diagonal. Okay, white sacrifices a piece for 2 pawns, but this pin is still on the board.
And of course, you can't play bishop e7 because, whoops.
Because rook takes e6, probably. Rook takes
e6.
Rook
takes e6, yeah. Rook takes e6, and then, oh dear.
Yeah,
Queen
checkmate isn't making.
g6, and there will be a checkmate on the board. The king goes to h8, bishop takes knight, remove the defender, and then checkmate.
Yes.
So we don't want that. So, okay, knight a5 is a possibility because queen d3, g5, you can do this piece sacrifice, which looks very dangerous. I wouldn't want to be facing that. But then, could you be cheeky and just say, I don't care?
And play knight c4.
Knight, yes.
There
and the
can
answer
be
is
knight
no.
d5. Knight takes d5, I think, right? Or probably bishop takes f6 first, queen h7, and then knight d5. Because after knight d5, g5 is still possible. I mean, extra, this extra work.
Yep.
We try to eliminate it. Yeah, king f8, knight takes d5.
And there is no safe place for the king to hide to. So those answers my questions. So absolutely not. Queen d3, you need to deal with that threat. But how to do that?
Yeah, that's probably why g5 is needed after all. If you want to start playing on the queen side, if you want to start moving your knight away, because if you let white set up this battery already, it might become tricky with this g5 possibility. It's still quite a move to make, right? You still have to understand that by making this move, you weaken the position of your king. And
yeah,
even though engines keep suggesting this g5 possibility, like every single move, it requires
even now.
Yeah, I think so. I'm not sure with knight a5. I didn't check it, but knight a5. I was just wondering whether Black can, start playing on the queen side. Yeah, even now, because after bishop takes g5, it says there is bishop takes h2 possibility. And somehow it holds there, but it's not so obvious. What here it's knight g4 probably, but it just makes some kind of perpetual. It goes king h1, instead of king
Oh,
takes
yeah.
h2. Then bishop b8. No big deal. I don't know what is the key behind. Yeah, there is no check. The pawn is not on g7, so bishop takes f6, queen h7, knight d5 apparently doesn't work. There is no check on h8.
Okay. Yes, of course, because the queen is covering the h8 square, so this doesn't work.
Yes, and after bishop b8, it goes back to g1, king to g1, then back to h2, bishop h2. Okay, that's a draw. Fair enough. We're all happy.
Hang on a second, but why does black, after king to g1, why does black have to take? There's a
No,
weird
don't
repetition.
say it. No, I don't know why. But it just it suggested for a second, and it seemed so funny to me. I'm not sure what is the. Is it
Because,
95
so you went knight
a
c4.
threat? Why would the. Probably, you know what I'm thinking? No, it doesn't work. It does. Knight c4. Okay, let me see. Because I thought that maybe with king on g1, knight takes d5 might be a threat. But no, I don't think so. I don't think so. Okay. Like queen takes d5 and bishop takes f6, queen h5 is still possible.
Queen h5 and swings over, and suddenly it is black whose counterattack is very powerful. So no, knight takes d5. I wondered whether it could be some kind of rook lift.
With the knight on c4, it's getting difficult.
And the bishop is hiding away on b8. That's why I'm doing some weird movements. I'm looking at this bishop on b8, which is conveniently under my webcam. But it exists, and it does stop queen to g3.
Maybe f4.
Queen to f3. Oh, f4?
I don't know. I'm trying to cover this bishop.
To swing over.
To be able to play queen g3.
Still very dangerous position to have.
Yeah, but white is a pawn down, right? So there are some checkmates possible. For example, king g7, queen g3, and if rook h8, well, I can take on f6, or I can play bishop h6, and then there is a checkmate, right? Bishop h6 probably is more precise. It's like checkmate in 2. Here, king f8 is still possible, but okay.
Hang on a second, I lost it.
That's another line that we checked. Also with the same outcome. We're trying to checkmate with white. We like checkmates.
I lost the after queen g6. I lost it. So anyhow,
it's okay.
So
yes, that's okay. Just simple.
We had a lot of fun.
Yes,
without our lines. Okay, so it takes, and then
we can get back into the position in the game, because for the moment, yes, it's Lei. She's thinking again. She has 49 minutes for the moment, and we're on move 17. Is she going to play g5? Or, well, we've been discussing knight a5, but it seems to me a little bit unlikely, to put it mildly, to see this move on the board.
And I don't expect any moves like bishop b7 because of knight e5 jumping forward. So g5.
She might consider putting her bishop to b8, but also quite, I don't know, it feels a little bit unlucky to me.
It does feel like you're not quite playing actively enough, because white is getting everything that they want. The queen comes to d3, threats there on h7, and as you've indicated by your previous line, anytime like black goes g5 and there's batteries in operation, it's not a given that the bishop will retreat. There might be some knight takes g5 in the air. I feel that the more black waits with this decision, the higher the risk involved. So it does feel it's now or never.
Yeah.
She is looking in that direction, and you can see that her hand is poised. She wants to play g5, but can she find the courage to do it?
Sure, really, because
as we've
look
said
at
many
her
times-
eyes now, eyes direction. She's eyeing at the queen side. She's not looking.
That's true.
She's not looking
So
in
you
that
think that
direction.
she's going to be? So you think that after knight, maybe she's going to go knight a5?
Hard to believe for me. I mean, it's so counterintuitive to move your knight away from the center, even for the moment, because knight if no, she does play it. She didn't
She
look at
was
it, but
tricking
she just,
us with her eyes.
Well, apparently I'm not that good in eye reading, right? Yes.
Well, it's interesting because last year I was reading a book called Think Like a Grandmaster. Think Like a Super Grandmaster by Mickey Adams and Philip Hurtado, and there they were using eye tracking experiments. And judging from what we just saw on the camera there from Lei Tingjie, it did look like she was focusing on the queen side. So maybe she was already thinking ahead, like
Yes.
g5 is a given, and then after that I'm going to play queen b6 or something.
Exactly. Maybe she already decided for herself that g5 is going to come, so she is going to play it, and she was calculating the position after bishop g3, and at this point she was looking at the queen side.
Well, g5 on the board, gutsy chess, and it's a perfect start to the Women's World Championship match. I mean, both players have played very fighting chess, and in terms of clock times, we do see that Ju Wenjun has a significant time advantage. She is 1 hour and 12 minutes, whereas Lei Tingjie has just over 47 minutes, and the players they're just on move 17. So bishop g3, of course. No other response than that one.
Yeah,
and this
Ju
is the
was
big
playing very
moment.
fast this game, I must say, for the moment. Although there were some decisions that were not that obvious to me, including a3 and putting the bishop to c2 via b5, a4, c2. I mean, it seemed to me that she's been analyzing similar kind of positions, right? And this plan, somehow she knew about it. You mentioned this pattern recognition. But again, I'm sorry, whether she had to play bishop a4 remains quite a mystery to me.
Yeah, that was a decision all the way back to here. It was possible for her to play bishop takes bishop takes c6, and there was a nice tricky point that after rook takes bishop takes knight, and well, white can steal a pawn because of this lovely pin along the e line. But that wasn't played, and we go back to the position, and now we're at this point. Bishop to g3.
She captures on g3. Okay, well, h takes g3, I suppose. Yes, it is on the board. And what's next? Is she gonna play queen b6? And is she gonna do it?
I think she will. It's a natural move, but it's a very bold one, because you just have to have complete faith in the defensive setup of this knight on f6 and this bishop on e6. But once you've established that they are untouchable, you can break my golden rule and move the queen to b6. I have this rule in chess that when your king is a bit shaky, like these squares, the queen should always keep a close eye on the king, just in case.
Well, but it's
And
going to
queen
b6.
on the board.
Right.
Excellent stuff from Lei Tingjie. She's playing the most critical lines, and now it is in Ju Wenjun's court. How is she going to continue? I mean, once she digs deep into the position, she understands that it's not easy to break apart this defensive construction. It would be a very frustrating experience for her, indeed.
Yeah, because she might Again, this a6 move after bishop b5 seemed as an inaccuracy to me, but after bishop a4, it worked out great for black. I mean, b5, g5, very powerful game so far for Lei. She's very determined, even by looking at her face. I might be wrong in reading this eye tracking. I mean, not very good in eye tracking skills, but definitely, I mean, when I look at her, I feel, her determination, her power, like belief, self-belief in a way. And that's what I'm explaining to my daughter when she plays tennis. When you go to the court, I mean, even before your match begins, your opponent should just understand that you're here to win. I mean, you came to win. And that's a very important part of the psychological battle when you sit at the chessboard, when you just starting to adjust your pieces. Your opponent just has to understand that it's not going to be an easy walk, that you're going to do everything that is in your power to win that game. It's a battle after all. It's a fight. You need to be a fighter. And yeah, sometimes it's hard. Sometimes you don't feel like it. I was playing in the Global Chess League now in Dubai, and there was a cricket player. I'm not following cricket. I don't know the name, but he's played for Australia for many, many years. And he's like the hero of the game. And people who follow cricket knows him. And he was saying, yes, the same thing. He was saying, sometimes you just don't feel like it. You have your headache. I mean, you don't. I mean, your energy level is low. Just I don't know. You're worried, but it doesn't matter. You have to make your opponent believe that everything is in control. You just come there, and maybe you're just about to. You just feel like not playing at all, but you just come there and you demonstrate, you kind of bluff your way, and that's a part of this battle to make your opponent believe that it's not going to be easy.
Yeah, I agree with you completely. Impressions count. And if your opponent feels that you are there to win, that you are going to cause the most resistance possible, then again, it is very, very important, because chess is not just a battle of wits. Oops.
Yes. Something happened. Yeah, I was afraid that
Oops. little accident there in my house, but okay. Not over the chessboard, I have to say. But definitely, it's not just a game. It's also a battle of wits. It's a battle of psychology, even more so in the World Championship. And with Ju Wenjun's last move, the queen stepped forward to d2, which is probably a better square, as defeated chat says there, because at least it has a big threat. Queen d3 just looks superficial, because now the big threat on the board is knight takes pawn. So if you do something like knight a5, then knight takes pawn is going to be on the board quicker than you can say.
Yeah, it's still not clear. You still have to calculate knight c4, but I believe queen f4 is going
Queen
to
f4
be
comes
played. But there is one possibility for black that we need to discuss after queen d2. And that is a bishop to g4.
Okay.
I just want to capture on f3 and capture on d4. And if you take knight g5 here, I'm going to capture on d4 with the queen.
You're going to trade off queens, and
that's going to hurt a lot.
That is going to hurt a lot, because ultimately this pawn on d4 was worth more than this pawn on g5. And you cannot preserve the queens on the board. This is loose.
Yeah, just losing.
Bishop on c2 is loose. Everything is loose. And okay, bishop g4. Great move. And I should probably highlight. So this is the point. After knight takes queen, the bishop on c2 is hanging, as is the knight on g5.
Yep.
So you don't want to be doing that. And once the
No,
bishop...
but what is white gonna do after bishop g4? Because I do want to take on f3, followed by queen or knight takes d4. And if white plays rook a to d1, let's try to
That
check.
is a natural move.
Yeah, well, at least trying to protect, but maybe even rook takes e8 might be possible after that. Although, okay, if I, for example, I play rook takes e1, queen takes e1.
Okay, so rook here, rook takes, queen takes, and now rook to e8.
Because if I take immediately on f3 followed by knight d4, there's going to be a pin after bishop queen to e3. So knight takes d4, queen to e3, pinning the knight.
Yep.
So, but that makes me wonder, maybe I should include rook e8 after queen takes e1 first.
Okay, let me just get this.
But it feels that white is on the defensive side, right? Back to d2, I suppose.
To d2.
Maybe knight e4 after that. And I see the question from our chat, why not just to play king f8, I think it says. But,
okay.
Well...
If I go back to the position, why not play king f8? Which is a question. But
I mean, you can do it, of course.
Yeah, but the thing is that king f8 isn't necessarily an improving move. It's just a safety move, just to get your king out of dodge. Whereas bishop g4, for tactical reasons, improves the placing of the bishop. It defends against knight takes g5, and at the same time applies pressure against d4. So it's kind of like a golden move.
Best defense is attack, right? As I say.
Yes.
And if you can defend by putting pressure on your opponent, it's even better than just simply defend your position.
Yeah. So bishop g4, great move.
Yeah, still a question to us what's going to follow after rook a to d1. But we can feel already this pressure. And after rook a to d1, at least knight takes g5 is not threatening, because the knight on f3 is pinned. And knight takes g5 alone, it doesn't, rook, the bishop.
She made it, of course.
Yeah, look how confident she is.
Yeah, classy move from Lei Tingjie there. What a great shot. I mean, tactically, she is very sharp, and she's shown, from yesterday's game and today's game that she has been working hard and she is on form. So this game is brewing up very nicely. We see the reigning world champion, Ju Wenjun. She is now going to go into the tank and consider this move, but maybe it was unexpected, but for sure we will find out. Because right now we're going to take a quick break as the tension is brewing. And in the meantime, well, we do mention the CTA Community Club. You can join the official Chess.com Community Club. This is the place to be for all info on community tournaments, giveaways, contests, and other events. Plus, connect with the community and stay up to date on the chess world. Use !Clan community in chat to get in on the action. And with that, we'll be right back with the action right after the break. See you all in a bit.
Interested in becoming a chess streamer like your favorite creators, such as Hikaru, Gotham Chess, and the Botez sisters?
Come on! Look at this! Woo!
The Chess.com Community Streamer Program is growing every day. Whether you're just getting started with streaming or already established and looking to expand your audience, you can now connect your account to Chess.com and have your stream promoted on the game's largest platform. Simply link your account at chess.com/settings/connected accounts, set your category to chess on Twitch, and start streaming. You'll get an ad-free experience on chess.com. You will pop up on our list of live streamers. Your chess.com profile will feature your Twitch stream, and your stream will be linked to your games on our Play server. Type Command Community Streamer in chat and start growing your stream today.
I really love watching games by top female players and studying their games from the past. And I think that's like one really cool thing that the chess community could do more of. I know my friend Luciana is publishing a Chessable course on some of the great games by the early world champions, Vera Benchik, Rudenko. And you can learn just as much from these games as you can learn from any game. And yet it does provide inspiration and like adds like depth to our chess culture. So about 10 years ago, I published a book called Play Like a Girl with like tactics by female chess players. And I'm actually redoing that book. And it's so much fun to just like kind of like dig in and see some of the most important tactical themes in chess: decoy, in-between move, pins, double attacks, and to look for like some of the best examples by top female players. So when you hear all these discussions about women in chess, it's great. But sometimes I'm just like, wow, you should just like go study some Muzuchu games.
China, the world's oldest civilization, was born here. Thousands of years later, it is one of the world's chess powerhouses. For most of the past 30 years, China has held the most prestigious title in women's chess. The legacy of the Women's World Championship is rich. Menchik, Gaprindashvili and Chibodonitsa, Kosteniuk, Xijun and Ho Yifan. Now, three-time world champion Ju Wenjun is defending her title once more. After vanquishing the likes of Katerina Lagno and Alexandra Goryashkina, another rival awaits. Challenger Lei Tingjie had to defeat 3 grandmasters in matches herself to get here. In the first 2 rounds of the candidates, she took on sisters Maria and Anna Muzichuk and won. Then in the final, she beat former world champion Tang Zhongyi.
And that's it!
Resignation! Lei Tingjie, the winner of the 2023 candidates finals.
Will Ju Wenjun defend, or will we have a first-time champion, Lei Tingjie? Half the match is in Ju's hometown of Shanghai, half the match in Chongqing, where Lei hails from. Who will win and claim their share of the €500,000 prize fund? Welcome to the official broadcast of the 2023 FIDE Women's Chess Championship. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the second game of the Women's World Championship 2023. And it's incredible start to the second game as we see Lei Tingjie. She was surprised in the opening, but she has played very precisely, very aggressively, and now it is Ju Wenjun who is on the back foot. Oh, this is brewing up to be an intense game. And Alexandra Kostanek, this is going to be awesome. What do you think so far?
Yeah, very impressive play by Lei so far. Not so impressed by Ju Wenjun's play at the moment, right here. But, well, let's see what the continuation of the game is going to bring us. I'm not sure if we have moves. There were any moves, let's see at the board, because, okay, when the tension is high, we might have some technical hiccups, but as long as we see video picture, we might figure out how the game went. Okay, so Ju Wenjun, she captured on 8. Last time, I think we discussed this position after bishop g4, and I was suggesting the move rook a to d1, but the problem with that move was that black had the possibility to capture on e1, almost like forcing white to capture back with the queen, putting her queen on the open file, and you want to avoid usually those kind of things. So instead, Ju captured on e8 first, and after rook takes 8, she did play rook to d1, protecting the pawn on d4, because it's a central pawn. You need to care about your pawns and your central pawns a lot. And now, the ball is in black's court. What is gonna Lei? How is she gonna continue her game?
Yeah, absolutely. And we did touch upon this position just before the break, and we were looking at moves such as knight to e4, just to add the pressure onto the queen. And also, now that there is no tension in the center, it is possible to start working on the wings and try to reroute the knight to c4. And as always, you do have to assess whether Black should trade the bishop for the knight with bishop takes knight. So, well, we see in Lei Tingjie, she's been playing very precisely, very aggressively. What move do you think is more in her style? So knight e4 isn't quite possible, because I guess you could counterattack with knight takes d5. But even then, still requires some calculation.
Yes, exactly. Of a lot of calculations, I would say. Knight e4. Well, to answer this question, of course, you need to see what's going to happen after that. But I'm wondering, maybe after knight e4, I can just play queen to e3.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have to, take immediately any decisions.
And unfortunately, this rook on e8 is loose. So that is...
Yeah, it's a pin, and the pawn on d5 is hanging. And if you protect the pawn on d5, it feels that, like, for example, queen d8, it already indicates that something went wrong if you make such a move, if you have to make such a move. And, okay, rook e1 is a possibility, but I think I can just capture on e4, like bishop takes e4, d takes e4, and even knight takes e4 despite the spin. Because I always have this knight f6 idea. If you play bishop f5 or f5, I can play knight f6.
And that would be, oh dear. So, yes. So okay, rook d1. We don't approve of knight e4. Even if it is okay, it's unnecessarily complicated. And after all, this knight on f6, it's close to the king. It's defending d5. Let's leave it there. That is not the piece to touch. And I saw that people in the chat did not like bishop takes knight because they said no, bishops are the best. They are very good pieces, but you always have to make sure that they have a purpose. And then other improving moves.
Knight a5, knight to a5. When you see the queen on d2, of course you want to attack it, right? If you have a chance. And putting the knight to c4 with a fork and attacking the pawn on b2, I mean, looks like a nice plan to me.
I agree.
Because
sorry,
what to
I'm
do
like
now?
messing around with my arrows. Yeah, and then rook. So if you go in, the first thing that I would do is say the pressure on d4 is gone. So the consequence of that, could I challenge for this open E line? Other moves would be, now that there's no defense on e5, could you now jump into e5? And the answer is no. That would be a huge mistake.
Well, the rook on d1 is
yes,
on prise, right?
Of course.
So you just simply take what you're giving to. Yes, why not? I mean, pins, they are annoying exactly for this reason, because you feel like moving away the piece that is under attack, but unfortunately it guards behind itself somebody more even valuable.
Okay, well, in that case, it's been an early start to the day. That's my excuse. But I guess you need to control the c4 square in that case. And
yeah, but how do you do that? I mean, do you want to play b3? But
I don't want to play b3.
The whole C line.
Exactly. It loosens the protection, and you can just see that a rook can come to c8, and then suddenly these two pieces looking a little bit vulnerable. No, we don't want to do that. But then it is also possible to somehow or other. I really wanted to play rook e1, but I cannot do that without losing
rook
material.
e1, rook takes e1, right?
That's the problem.
Take, and then it's not clear how white...
The pawn on d4 is going to drop, and that's the end of that. We don't need to go much deeper.
Well, sometimes they say if you really want to make some move and it seems to you that it doesn't work, it actually might, but you need to understand why. No, I'm just wondering that after rook e1, queen e1, bishop f3, g takes f3, queen takes d4, maybe white can survive somehow, because the knight on a5 is not protected, right? So there might be some ideas connected with knight to b5. What did Lei do? She did play king f8. Remember the suggestion from the chat, king to f8? So our spectators are very, very strong.
They are very strong, and they are the ones predicting the future. Actually, our prediction game hasn't been that great.
Exactly. Yes.
Exactly. Interesting move. It was spotted by chat quite a while ago, but at the same time, it asks white the question: what are you going to play? Because moves like rook e1 not going to be possible because too much pressure on the d4 point. And how does white improve the position?
Any suggestions, chat? Since you are so advanced, we have such an advanced chat. Why not to rely on it, right? Please feel free to share your thoughts. We'll be happy and delighted if you help us.
I agree with that. What I always tell everyone is, like, when you're struggling for what to do in a position, you look at what your opponent wants to do, you look at what you want to do, and if you can't see anything, then you just simply improve your worst placed piece. And I was trying to look at this and think, which one?
Which is? Yeah.
And I this bishop on c2, it's looking pretty, but it actually doesn't do a thing. And Pumpkin the cat, 3,600 chat. Yeah, absolutely. Did you know 3,600 has been estimated as God's rating?
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
And just to kind of make the point that you cannot capture the pawn on g5. with the queen, because unfortunately this pawn on g5 is defended by its sibling on h6, and that would not be a good trade. So those kind of moves rule out.
Nice. I've never heard someone referring to a pawn of the same color as a sibling, but I like it. I like it.
Oh, yeah. Well, we have some expressions that we've kind of coined in my commentary years, and
oh, nice! I love hearing those.
These pawns, pawns are like they have no friends, they have no mates, and you never want a pawn with no mates. You got to have some friends around us.
Right,
And
you've
4
got
in
a
a
friend
row,
in me.
exactly. And 4 in a row, they're mean girls after that film, because after all, school bullies. And we also have connect fours. And one of my favorite ones was coined by David Howell, which was like, a knight is a king's best friend. And I feel that this is such an important rule that I told one of my friends who was considering writing a book on defense. I was like, you've got to include that saying in there. A knight is a king's best friend. And he thought about it and he goes, true. And we did have a suggestion from chat, which is to play a4. And also another suggestion to play b4 when in doubt.
b4 I liked more because of these ideas that we discussed, kind of with knight a5, knight c4, right? So black, and you were saying that, think about what your opponent is willing to do and try to stop it. And b4 looks like stopping, at least stopping knight a5, but it does have drawbacks of like leaving this knight on c3 unprotected, right? And it means that black might put some pressure onto those pieces, but it's still far away. And since knight a5, knight c4 seems so unpleasant, maybe after all you can play b4. While a4 I don't like at all, because it just weakens. It just gives, it's rolling up the red carpet for this b5 pawn, and it feels like after b4, b3, white might be in danger.
Yeah, the knight is sitting nicely on c3. I don't think it needs to move around. Having said all that, instead of a4, it was just when the knight got attacked, I did see that the knight actually wants to be on c5. And I was thinking, how can I get it there? So I thought maybe it could jump to e2 and then c1 and then enjoy life on b3 and c5. But the problem is with such moves is that it takes a long time. I don't feel white has that time. And also you're just inviting black to jump in with the knight to e4. And
exactly.
So I don't think that is an attractive choice. But the b4 move is growing on me. At first I didn't even think about it because I thought, you are giving away control of the c4 for all of eternity. And that doesn't appeal. But then, like you've mentioned, it's not easy to get a knight to c4. And at the same time, if you start relocating pieces to the c line, then you are taking, in effect, a step back. Yeah. And white, of course, is also playing a game. White can back that up with bishop b3 and attack the d5 pawn.
Yes. Exactly. I was also not thinking about it but when we got a proposal from our chat, a suggestion to play b4, I thought, yeah, why not? After all, knight a5, knight c4 is quite annoying. And after b4, a5, okay, let's do it. Yeah, you see, guys, when you make your suggestions, it's kind of more interesting to watch.
It is more interesting. I'm a big believer on the hive mind. You often get all the answers consulting everyone. So a5, this is definitely a critical move. Now, my instinct is to trade pawns.
And my instinct is to play bishop b3.
Bishop b3, yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to make it work, but I don't see how after a takes b4, to tell you the truth, because I was calculating knight takes d5. Then I can capture on a3. Okay, but I can, sacrifice. I can sacrifice a pawn. At least I have a very strong passer on d4 as well, and I can try to push it forward at some point.
Okay.
I don't know when and where. Okay, bishop takes c6 is a possibility, but it's a little bit sad. Maybe it just somehow equalizes a position after queen b4, queen takes a3. Should be drawish, very close to a draw.
Yeah, this does feel drawish. I mean, still,
Yeah,
still
something like
it's
that.
a dynamic game. So it is possible to play bishop b3. Other moves. Let's have a look because of the a5. Yeah, I really wanted us to involve everyone. So, but now that I've looked at this one a little bit deeper, I'm falling out of love with it. Because for starters, after queen takes a5, there's a pin. On this point, the a3 pawn is dropping.
You know, if we want to have some fun after a4, let's play a4. Why not? Look, we're gonna have this nice pawn square. Square of the pawns. I like it.
This one is nice.
Well, at least it's beautiful.
It is. I mean, this is the kind of horrible move to face because you're expecting moves like pawn takes pawn or expecting some counterattack. You're not expecting there to be like this fight there on the edge of the board. But whatever, I mean, what happens if it takes the knight? And you go, well, yeah, I can do the same too. Yeah. Or actually, would you capture with a knight or would you capture with a pawn? I'm not sure.
I think with a knight, because if I capture with a pawn, I'm afraid of those two pieces on the c file getting hit by, like, after knight takes c2, rook c8 or something like that.
Yeah.
No, knight takes b5 seems safer.
Definitely. Then this is the problem after here. You could get hit along the c line. So don't want that. And knight takes b5. Messy position.
Yeah, but moving away my knight from the center, I mean, leads to knight e4 as well, right? We have to consider this move. Because, okay, the knight is no longer controlling the square, and the rook on e8 is protected by the king. That's why Lei moved her king to f8 out of knight takes g5 and also protecting that rook in some lines.
You know, if you feel like things can go wrong, like for instance, in this particular position with knight e4, where are you going to put the queen? There's no way you want to sit on c1.
I see. Bishop takes e4, d takes e4, knight e5. That's the drawback of the king being on f8.
And because I was looking at the moves like queen b2, but I was like, too slow. Okay, so knight, nice. And so obviously this is going to fail to knight to d7.
Yep, fork it is.
And that's a check. And, the king shouldn't have been on f8.
No,
it should be on g8. But okay, so even after bishop b5, knight e5, it's still anything can happen.
Okay. I think Ju is about to make her move. Well, at least her posture.
Okay.
From what I try to read, from players' gestures, body language, it would be very nice to listen to some specialist in body language, what exactly those gestures mean and might mean, at least. And
yeah, it would be fascinating. I think there's some.
I think
some players give it away, but others really, they play act, and others don't give anything at all. Like there's a famous meme with Ding Liren, like when he's happy, he's winning, and he's exactly the same as when he's losing.
My mom
Ju Wenjun, you can read.
My mom I think it's yes about it. I'm sorry, yes. That she can read. She can evaluate the position. She can understand what's going on just by my gestures and posture and body language, because she doesn't play chess at all. And when she was looking at me, she said, okay, I knew that you were losing, or I knew that you were winning somehow. And probably that's because she's a mom. I mean, not because of my body language or revealing too much of myself.
No, I'm not so good at telling from afar whether someone is winning. But it did look like Ju Wenjun was poised to make that move, but now she's taking a step back. She's sitting back in her chair and now in calculation mode. So what is it that she was considering?
Well,
just wondering. B4, we've seen.
Just rechecking sometimes. I see Chinese players before making their moves, Huifan including, they try to recheck the moves that they're about to make in their hat, like blindfolded, because it seems that looking at the pieces it's easier to play, but there are also some blind spots that you can avoid by imagining the position like blindfolded. And
yeah, I had an interesting discussion the other week with Judith Polgar when we were discussing about like language, about if you speak another language and you're in a country where you speak that language, but obviously it's not your first. I mean, does that have an impact on your playing style? Are you thinking in that tongue? And she said something very interesting. She said she thinks in terms of vision, images. She's not thinking. She's not making anything linguistically. And we do see a move from Ju Wenjun. She moves her queen upwards. And I found that fascinating because all my life I've been talking to myself. And then Judith was like, no. She just like literally Beth Harmon, just looking up at the ceiling, seeing the chessboard.
Okay. Well, as long as it works for her, right?
Yeah. And how do you think? Are you thinking in linguistic terms? Are you having a conversation with yourself?
Never. No. Well, conversation I have only when I, start doing something badly, or like in terms of what are you doing, girl? But no, mostly I just calculate. I just look at the pieces. I cannot say that I'm imagining them in a way like Beth Harmon does, right? No, just simply looking at them.
Okay.
Very boring.
Interesting. Yeah. But I find it fascinating to find like how people think, and whether players who are playing intuitively, whether they're actually having a conversation, or everyone is just simply just like literally going, if I go Queen D3, they go King G7, and then But sometimes when you could step back and look at the bigger picture, some moves become apparent, and then you understand the goals. But I think that I would say that this is far more relevant in strategic positions.
Yeah, I wish I could talk more to myself, just to say certain things. Sometimes you even listen to commentators and they are saying, okay, that's the position, like the Carlsbad structure, and the plans are such as such, so pieces move there and there, and it kind of helps you. But when you're in the game, you don't usually, I, for example, don't have this ability, to just say, okay, here we have pawn there and there, that means that the knight should get to e5. It actually might help finding the right moves. And I tell myself that I should put like more attention to those ideas and trying to put them into words. For example, okay, sometimes you know them, right? That if you have extra material, you just try to exchange pieces. But still, you miss them sometimes just because you don't pause and you don't talk it over to yourself, and you don't like emphasize in words, not in moves. So, it's interesting.
This is kind of a thinking that became apparent to me when I was listening to some podcasts, and they were saying in business it's like super important to zoom in and then zoom out, and constantly reevaluate. It's like you were mentioning that your husband, a very strong grandmaster, was saying that after every pawn change, he stops and says, well, hang on a second, let me evaluate the position. Let me ask myself what has happened next. And talking about pawn moves, one has just appeared on the board, which I was not expecting. So let's have a deep dive into this.
Yeah, let's take a look because we've discussed briefly this b4 possibility. Well, it's been possible for many moves, right? And we always said, well, the rook used to be on a1, and at that time we said that this move is not a good option for black, but the position has changed significantly, and white's queen has moved to d3. So that means that after a takes b4, knight take b4 will come with an attack. And that's probably why Lei decided to push it forward.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I wasn't expecting this move just because it positively encourages white to put the knight on a4. That's the consequence. And then appear on c5.
Right.
But it was just a superficial look at the position. So, I mean, is knight a4? Should we dive in?
Yes, yes, sure. We should.
Knight a4 looks critical. And then what is black going to play?
Maybe queen to... I try to evaluate the position, the end game after queen to b5.
Mm-hmm.
Because usually I don't want to make moves backwards. Or at least I don't want to. And did she play? Yeah. So the position is on the board. Knight a4. She played very fast. Okay.
Very quickly.
Mm-hmm. So it is kind of relevant. And Lei, is about to make her move. Yeah, again, when you play b4, of course, that means that you calculated knight a4 and you... Okay, we're reaching the queen with knight, queen b5, yeah.
Queen b5.
Well, let's have a look, because I didn't quite understand. I couldn't evaluate the position after queen takes b5, a takes b5, knight c5. And let's say capturing on a3. And for a second, I was even, liking this position for white, but now I see some tactical ideas connected with knight takes d4 and rook c8, maybe including bishop takes f3 first. Can it work? Like bishop takes f3, g takes f3, knight takes d4, and rook c8. Then I believe knight d7 is possible.
Yeah, knight d7
and it looks
is possible.
like a good way to avoid troubles with white, because after knight takes d7, I can either just take on d5 or even play bishop f5. Bishop f5, there is rook c1 unpinning, so probably I have to take on d5, yeah.
Yeah. Rook takes d5, and we will see. Well, if the game follows this path, we will see another very well played draw. But queen b5. Let's go back. So queen takes b5, a takes b5, knight c5. Are there any other moves? Because bishop takes f3 was very direct, very forcing. And of course, black does have at their disposal a developing move. So for instance, you could put the rook on a8 first. You could put your rook on c8 and start undermining this knight.
But here it seems that rook e2 is a very strong move.
Of course.
Even without capturing on a3 first, because after knight c5, it seems the lines that I suggested is a mistake actually, because rook e2 and white is in trouble, because the pawn on b2 is hanging, and if you protect the bishop, like by playing rook c1, then the pawn on d4 is hanging, right? Bishop takes f3, knight takes e4. And that means that, okay, well, maybe it is a draw, but white has to be careful, because you see, careless decisions such as queen takes b5, knight c5 just leads to a complete disaster for white.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, quite unexpected.
It is very unexpected that rook e2 was going to be so powerful.
Mm-hmm.
So, but then again, they do say that the rooks belong on the 2nd and 7th row. So exactly. It is a very tense game. And I somehow or other, I do kind of agree with chat that the game will end in a draw and then both players will be happy, because it has been an exceptional game so far. Queen b5 and a big decision on the board. So the queen takes queen is a very natural continuation, and also then just putting the knight here, also again as natural as you can get, but this would be all a mistake because of rook e2. So no queen takes queen, that's an inaccuracy. But then what else are you going to play?
Maybe knight c5, maybe a takes b4 immediately. Something like that, I believe. Just trying to wait for black to exchange the queens.
But then after this move, I would be nervous.
Yeah, exactly. But who knows, maybe, maybe even queen to a3 might be the key to release the tension.
Yeah. Once again, it's because of this king at f8. Whoops.
To ease you.
Yeah.
But by the way, I just checked, but it seems to be the only move. I mean, queen to a3.
Queen a3.
All other moves are just bad for white.
It felt really bad for white.
Right. So
instinctively, I didn't like it. So with queen a3, okay, it saves the game and it's more than enough. King will have to take a step back, and white's pieces will, once you've taken care of his bishop, just come to c5. But okay. So is a takes b4 the best move?
I don't know. Knight
and
c5 also
another
seems...
move, knight c5, looked good.
But we have to check here with all those, exchanges. Queen takes d3, bishop takes f3. Really, a lot of things, a lot of small lines to look at.
Okay, we have the time and we have the ability to take back. So
right, that's great.
Let's delve into Ju Wenjun's dilemma. So, okay, so now again, a big question. How are you going to capture? Are you going to capture this way? Because at least you have
3 ways to capture, right?
Exactly.
I mean, you feel like capturing with the bishop, but then you just stop and start wondering what's going to happen after knight takes d4 here. What is going to... Yeah.
I reached that point, and then I thought, I don't know what's going to happen here.
So maybe, in that case, we should take with the rook, although it looks very illogical in a way.
And I can see the evaluation bar creep up and say that it's nearly 1 point advantage to black.
Wow.
But why?
Bishop f5, probably.
Ah, yes.
Or at some point.
Simple chess.
But still, I don't know why. Rook d2. And then you just capture on c2 and play g4, yes.
Yep. And then once the knight moves, say moves here or somewhere, knight takes pawn.
Well, I would
is
play
going
knight
to be unpleasant.
e5, I think, right? I will try to... knight e5, knight takes e4, I'm sorry, yes. Or, no, I will try to move the knight from c5. Wait. Knight takes a6, I think is... knight takes a6 loses the game. Maybe not. G takes f3. Rook takes c6, and there are checkmates, yeah. Takes a6, rook e1, knight g4, rook h1, and the pawn promotes. At least. Maybe there is a checkmate.
There is a checkmate,
right? Yes. I was thinking about rook h1 and f takes g2.
Yeah, well, either of them win, but rook h1 will win. But
what to do? I mean, we don't like bishop takes d3. We don't like rook takes d3. Is it knight takes d3? But seems quite...
But then this means that actually queen takes queen is a serious problem for white, and that pawn will probably have to go knight takes. But even then, this feels
maybe not straight away, because then I capture on d4 with a knight.
That's true.
Maybe bishop takes f3 first,
and then take. Yeah, here it was like knight takes pawn was annoying me.
Yeah, maybe white holds, like knight takes f3, king to g, king
Two.
where? King g2, knight e1.
And oh yeah, I forgot that the bishop was I forgot that the bishop was
Maybe
on
it's still
priest.
okay. Knight e1, king f1, knight takes e2, knight takes e2. White has a pawn down, but the pawn on d5
Yeah.
is weak. Those two pawns are marching up, the a and b pawns, so maybe it's still okay.
Yeah, but it's not ideal. You don't want to be surviving this. But so the best move we found so far, after queen b5, we concluded that queen takes queen. Queen takes queen is an unpleasant threat that black has. So maybe the best way to kind of clarify the situation is to play pawn takes pawn, and then knight takes pawn, and then swing the queen over and proudly say pinning is winning, but please don't take that rule to heart.
Right.
It's just a phrase we all use. I remember I had a friend who said to me, but you say pinning is winning all the time. And I was like, yes, we do.
But I would be
I'm
so
sorry.
worried. Even after queen to a3, I mean, king g7. And what's next? What to do with this bishop pawn c2? Where to go with it?
Yeah. Where to go? That is the question. But if you take a step back.
Well, there is always this queen e2 in the air with bishop takes f3 or after bishop takes f3, because right now there's going to be rook e1, I believe.
Yeah, let's put that up. Because rook e1, I think you get.
Although it's still dangerous, right? Rank. You can capture on e1. Yeah.
Exactly. You're going to have problems on the back rank.
Well, king h2,
maybe not.
The knight is hanging on b4, and that saves me. Although I would be tremendously worried about, the bishop getting back to e6 or something like this, creating this knight g4 threat, such a strong
luckily,
initiative.
f3 is in the air. So, okay, so it doesn't quite work. Queen e2, rook e1, you can't get greedy and grab
bishop
that.
takes f3 first, then.
Bishop takes f3, yeah. And this is winning.
Before queen e2. Before queen e2. First, I want to take on f3.
Okay, yeah, that is logical.
Yes.
Okay, but now I don't think I'm going to go pawn takes. I think I have to swing the queen over.
Well, you cannot take queen takes f3.
No,
because the knight
I can't.
on a4 is hanging. Yes.
Good morning.
Yes, that's the problem. And after g takes f3, queen to e2.
Oh.
Although I don't know what am I really threatening. I mean, if white plays rook to c1, is there gonna be queen to d2? Like pressured this rook, pressured.
But then let's offer trade.
I don't want to trade. Why the life is so unfair? Did I have something
Whenever
else?
I think of trades, I always think of the scene from, I don't know if you've ever seen this movie, Life of Brian, where he's like Michael Palin and like jumping around, and he's offering some goods up for sale. And I always think trade, the same kind of energy in trade.
Right. Okay. Let's try to do something crazy. Instead of queen d2, let's try to play g4. I don't care about those knights hanging. I just sacrifice. I go all in. This eval bar, it never supports my crazy stuff, but okay, I don't care about it.
Wow, the proof of the pudding is in the eating, and I am going to eat it.
G takes f3.
G takes f3. Yes, I realize that this guy is not happy, but whatever. It can.
Unfortunately, the pawn is not on h5 because.
That's well, you have some threats, right? Yeah. If your pawn had been on h5, then you would have a nice old.
And after knight c3, I would be winning. After queen e1, knight g4, and rook h1, checkmate. But
yeah. Right
so
here. Let's construct that one. So just in case. So pawn takes 3. So let's say white is careless, and I don't know what can white plays something like this. Oh, hang on a second. I managed to get the evaluation bar. Yeah, I found it.
You found the way. No, but here I think it's just knight g4. Knight g4.
Knight g4.
Yeah, with this threat. to play.
Yes, and then queen e1 is coming.
And queen takes f2 is threatening as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But it was also possible to trap the king. Sorry, I got a bit seduced by this. I know you'll have to indulge me a little bit more, because you can go queen e1, because after rook takes, you can go here. Oh, no.
Knight takes f2. Knight takes f2. I forget about this. Yeah. You demonstrated already. Knight takes f2, exactly. And it's checkmate.
And it's checkmate. King h2, rook h1, and that would go into the history books. So that's a nice idea.
Manuals.
But
I doubt it's going to happen. Where were we? How did we get there?
Well, that's what I was looking at. So we came there by looking at the move after queen b5. This is the game position, and Ju Wenjun is contemplating her next move. So we started thinking about, since that queen takes queen could be quite unpleasant, you have to react very actively like that. So you probably have to meet that with knight c5 if you want to do that, and get ready to play this surprising move. But we were also considering after queen b5 that after this, to continue the middle game fun and put the queen on a3, and once the king moves to g7, we were looking at this bishop to b1 and not to b3, because somehow or other I want the queen to have still some connection to the king side.
Well, bishop b3, looks very weird, but apparently it's the strongest move here.
That's the strongest move.
Ooh. Yeah, according to agents, which doesn't make sense at all to me. But okay, it still protects, it keeps the rook on d1 protected. And somehow, this whole this whole situation on the queen side was pieces, grouping in very weird ways. But
I mean, this is why computers are so strong, because if someone told me that bishop b3 was the best move, I would laugh at them and I would say, come on. Yeah. Like, how? Mm-hmm. But you're right.
Mm-hmm.
The rook is protected, so that does mean that any bishop takes f3s.
Right, knight c3 is...
Queen e2 is not really a possibility because of queen takes pawn. Queen takes knight. What a house of cards this position is. Absolutely. Pumpkin the cat. Oi. So this is a critical moment in the game. So, queen b5. Let's go back to the game position. We are awaiting Ju Wenjun to make a move. She has several moves available to her. She can either, play knight to c5, and or she can actually capture the pawn. Something she should not be doing is a queen takes queen, because we've seen that endgame is very unfavorable for her. So critical moment, and I think it's the perfect time to leave you all in suspense and take a quick coffee break, and then we can return refreshed and ready for the next stage of the game. See you in a few minutes. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. And we left at a very critical, tense situation where Ju Wenjun had to make a decision. And, well, it was so tense, it was so critical that somehow it affected Alexandra's internet connection, and she's gone off to restart her router. And hopefully she will be back with us soon. But this was the moment that we left. And we left at the kind of situation where Queen was on b5, and Ju Wenjun had a dilemma. Should she trade with queens? We had concluded, no, don't do that one. Or should she go pawn takes pawn? Or should she play the more calm knight to c5? We weren't entirely happy with all of those choices, but in the end, it was pawn takes pawn that Ju Wenjun actually plumped for, and now we can see that there are some options. We were looking at this knight takes b4. We thought that this was pretty scary, but white does have one saving move, and that is queen to a3. And since my second host has, she's gone to fix her internet issues, it's also now the perfect time for you guys at home, a chat, to be also involved. Send me your suggestions, send me your questions, and we'll try to answer everything that we can. It's a one-time opportunity, you know. And it is true, as we can see chat saying there, that both sides need to now defend two isolated pawns, two no mate pawns, as Simon and I like to say. Simon Williams, Ginger GM, he's a big friend of mine. So yeah, these guys, no friends, and they are targets. Definitely need to protect those. But what else? But here is concrete stuff, because it's not also possible. It's not just that black can play knight takes pawn. Black can also have another move at their disposal, which is queen takes queen. We need to calculate this and figure out what is happening here. So, for instance, you can capture with a rook, you can capture with a bishop, and I suspect that bad things are going to happen to you if you take your rook off the first line, because suddenly, just like the Lionel Richie song, you find out you're not in love, but you might have problems along the back rank, because a rook can get there, and that could be the situation. And this rook is a nuisance there. And Pumpkin the cat asks me, why the little hat? Now, it's a little bit of an embarrassing story, but I tell it anyhow. It was, I joined Twitter a long, long time ago, before anyone had their names. And I was there in South Africa alongside my other good friend, Grandmaster Stuart Conquest. And we were trying to think up names that we could use, handles for Twitter. We were like, no one is going to use their real names. And so he came up with Stu the Fox, and I was like completely flagging here. I could not think of a single thing. And so at that time, I lived in a place called Lillehatten, and that translates into the little hat. And that's how I became the little hat. And ironically enough, I've heard some streamers refer to the c3, d4, e3 pawn structure as the little hat. So it all works well in the end. And yeah, I'm not sure about this position, rook e1, allowing the rook to, because the king comes to g2 and knight takes b4. I don't know. It feels shaky as anything. I'm not entirely keen about this. I think you have to have nerves of steel to go into this, and then maybe the rook comes down to d2. So in conclusion, when it comes to endgames, base it on activity. Don't base it necessarily on concrete lines. Just think, am I going to be active here, and go for the simpler choice. So after queen takes queen, I would, without a shadow of a doubt, play bishop takes d3. Also, it has the advantage of hitting the a6 pawn. And, well, big question. How is white and black going to continue? So is black going to play knight takes b4? This is like the first move that comes to mind. But then, you know, white can amp up the pressure, maybe with the bishop coming to f1, still pressure on a6, or even go knight c5 and say two of a kind are better than one of a kind. And it's actually a kind of a common conception I have heard it mostly in South American societies that two of a kind is better than one of a kind. And two bishops, of course, work better than two bishop and a knight. But the saying is true of two knights. And they were saying that, say this, you take with the knight. And the point is that this bishop and this knight can only travel on the light square complex. They can only be really good on those squares. Meanwhile, these two knights, they're flexible. They can go to dark squares. They can also look at light squares as well. And as Lai Chen TBT says, knights are hard to coordinate for real. Well, in that case, they are easy to coordinate if you give them posts. If you don't give them posts, then I agree with you. They can be kicked away left, right, center, backwards, and the backward knight is not good. So mark my words, you don't want to be going on journeys that take your knights backwards. And no, I was wondering whether I had the amazing Grandmaster Alexandra Kostanik with me. You there? No, not quite. She's still working on resolving the internet issues. Sometimes chess has a very magnetic effect. So again, keep those questions coming, and let's dive back to the current situation. Pawn takes pawn on the board, and it's now a big decision for Lei. What is she going to do? She has 22 minutes left, still 15 moves to be played. So this could be translating into moderate time pressure, in the sense that you won't be able to give enough energy to those critical moments later on in the game. And by those later moments, I specifically mean around move 35 to 40, because if you let the action happen then this is where players tend to make a lot of mistakes. And I personally kind of like knight takes b4. I wasn't necessarily completely buying into this position. Queen goes a3, only move. Put the king on g7 just to cover those squares. And best move is bishop b3. But bishop b3 is such a difficult move to play. Well, Vex asks a very pertinent question. How much pressure does the clock put you in these kinds of situations? It's a lot. It really is a lot, because you will have one eye on the clock, and also you know that critical decisions are coming your way as well. And then when you add on to that you are playing a Women's World Championship where you are the only two people on the stage, and you're back, Alexandra.
Yes, I'm back. You see those technical issues. For some reason, electricity just went off for a very slight moment. But that meant that my computer was shut down and the whole internet thing stopped working. So very funny. Yeah, but I'm back, hopefully till the end of the game. And what happened while I was absent?
Well, just one move has been played, and it was pawn takes pawn. And now I was talking about the decisions that Lei Tingjie has to make, and she only now has 20 minutes. She's gone into deep thought because she can play knight takes pawn, which is the line that we looked at, that we thought was very, I wouldn't say promising, but does pose problems to white. So we were looking at this line and say the king moves here, and that white had to find this funny looking move.
Right.
And somehow or other, this clumsy construction is holding
some Tetris stuff,
white.
Right?
Yeah. I mean, come on. But it works. But there is another possibility, which is actually to play queen takes queen. And again, I feel that this is dependent on Lei's mood. Is she going to... And bearing in mind that the clock is ticking down, critical decisions are going to wait her in the future, she should capture with the bishop, I think, hands down, because I did not want to allow the rook to e1. And now the big question is, how should black play? Should black play like rook b8, try to reroute the rook to the b4 square? Should they go knight takes pawn and allow this type of thing? Have you ever heard of this philosophy that two of a kind minor pieces are better than one? So the whole idea is that two knights, if you give them outposts and you give them roles, are able to fight much better than a bishop and a knight.
Okay.
Because
no, never heard of it.
Exactly. I heard about it a few years ago, and from my understanding, it stemmed from a South American grandmaster, or a South American person who wrote a chess book, and they were talking about this, about how if you have one of a kind, you can only fight on the color complexion of your bishop. But if you have two of a kind, they're more flexible because you can, of course, fight on both types of squares.
Okay.
It does make sense when you kind of phrase it like that, but whether in reality it works, well, that's up for debate.
I was told that if you're playing for a win, you need to try to break the balance. So basically, if your opponent has a knight, you better have a bishop and vice versa. So you don't want to have same value pieces. And but regarding these two pieces of the same kind versus, I don't know, never thought about it.
I wouldn't have thought about it until someone mentioned it as well. So, well, some things you kind of you bear in the back of your mind. Some things you go, I'm not sure. But I've never heard that one about breaking the balance. I only heard it in the context of like the French defense exchange variation. When they develop the knight to one square, if you don't want the draw, you need to put your knight on a different square.
Okay, good to know.
Yeah.
Right.
And going back to the position, what do we think about Lei Tingjie's?
Has she been thinking for 15 minutes?
She's been thinking for a while.
So while I was trying to reroute everything to reconnect, it was still, Lei basically thinking. Wow, that's a long thought, yeah.
Mm-hmm. So obviously she's thinking about whether to play the middle game, whether to play the end game. But it's not just about chess here. Here it's also just assessing how much risk is involved. And it's even hyped up more when you're playing a World Championship match. And okay, she's gone for queen takes queen.
Okay, so she decided
Bishop takes.
No, the rook. The rook took.
Rook takes.
Wow.
That was a quick decision.
Very quick, like instant decision, and it doesn't seem so obvious to me at all.
Oh, and this is the point probably where I have to start eating my words, because I was like, well, I don't think she's going to play this, because after bishop takes knight, g takes, I thought, well, the rook can come down to e1, and then the knight can take the pawn.
Why did she take with the rook? What didn't she like after bishop takes e3? Okay, well, let's see. Rook takes e3. Well, first, of course, I think we have to consider knight takes before. With a fork.
Yeah, this is what knight takes before. Rook b8, as suggested in chat, is also a viable move. And you're arguing that you want to maximize the placing of the rook, put it on b4, so rook to b8, rook here, and then you start attacking two weak points.
Yeah, but it feels a little bit slow to me. Maybe black has all the time she wants, who knows?
Maybe.
But why not?
No, she doesn't. She has 15 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. And she's getting low on time. That's true. We need to remember about that, because the time control is approaching, right? She needs to make 40 moves to get this additional 30-minute bonus. Otherwise, she's going to lose her game. So time is as important as the position on the board.
Mm-hmm. Completely. And she will be getting a 30-second increment
before. Yes, for me it's very hard to imagine, even trying to analyze and think about some other moves than just capturing with a fork. And it seems so tempting and so natural in a way. And when you're just 15 minutes for like 30 next moves, why to try to, make things more difficult than they are?
Exactly. It's irresistible. Attack the rook, the bishop, make that move, get one move closer to move 40, and yeah, the rook d2 forced. I will hang on a second. I should be less black and white with my statements. I'm like, I've been burnt so many times. I said rook takes d3 won't happen. I said it yesterday. It was going to be 100% chance that the rook was going to be on b2. I was wrong, and so can there be now rook c3? Now I'm getting worried.
Rook c3, rook e2 might be
rook
a problem,
e2,
right?
Okay, there you go. No,
still, rook c3 seems a little bit more logical because you're putting your rook on this open file, but somehow guarding the second rank seems to be more important right now. Yeah, for me it's not natural. Rook d2 is not natural at all because you're like keeping your rook behind your d pawn and your rook guards the bishop, and we discussed already that rooks are more valuable, they dream bigger, they want to be on this open file. So but maybe you kind of almost obliged to make this sad looking move. And
she's getting ready.
She makes it. Yeah, she makes it.
She does make it. And okay.
So what now? What now? Is black gonna take the bishop, or is she gonna take the knight on f3, or is she gonna play knight e4, or maybe something else to consider? How do we evaluate this endgame? Because, well, we got an endgame.
Yes, one move that I would strike off my list is knight takes bishop. Even though you do get a bishop, I feel that the cost in getting it has been it's too much. You've allowed white to immobilize the rook, and you have ideas of rook c6 in the air, and this knight on a4 does have some good homes. You can go sit on c3 and attack this d5 point. So I would discount that because I feel like activity is such an important concept in the endgame. I don't know. Would you play knight takes bishop or?
No, yeah. When you now talked about not taking it, yeah, I see the reason why.
Yeah.
You don't want to waste time. You don't want to improve white's pieces, and I would rather consider moves such as knight e4. But then again, maybe it's not bringing anything like for black, because white can simply play rook 2. Can she play rook e2? She can't play rook e2. Rook e2 is losing, by the way, after knight e4.
That's deep. Why is it? You can just take here.
Yeah, you can take on g3. And that's it. I mean,
the point is after this, that this bishop on c2 is hanging.
Exactly.
And you stole a pawn, and that's good enough for black. No, okay, so rook e2 isn't possible. So after knight e4, but yeah, you attack the. Okay, but then what do you play as? Okay, you have to go bishop takes knight.
Yes, the only move, but seems to be holding.
This is much more tempting. But this is much more tempting because you get the chance. I'm not saying that you should, but you definitely calculate if you can correct your pawn structure with pawn takes. And I see the evaluation bar is like, no.
Yeah, this one it doesn't like, because a knight e5, and somehow, suddenly this rook on d2 starts to work very well, because we know that it's like the best place for our rook to be behind our passed pawn, right, to push it forward. And here, exactly where this rook belongs.
Yeah.
Suddenly. So it seems that d takes e4 is inaccuracy, and black has to take with the rook. Rook takes e4. But then it looks a little bit scary because of knight c5. But apparently It works pretty good for black because black can take on f3 suddenly, and then give a check on e1 and get the rook to c1. Or, but still, looks drawish to me. I mean, even knight d3 here, no?
Knight d3 is a good bailout move. Yeah. No, this does look very drawish. So, okay, and so after rook d2, maybe not knight e4. What about if you kind of control the c line? At least maybe you can get some rook c1 checks or something.
But in that case, okay, knight c3. Somewhere knight c5, maybe?
Then c5.
And then if you take on c2, rook takes c2, knight e4, I don't think it that. Then I can play knight e5 even. Yes, my knight is pinned, but yeah, I'm blundering something. What am I blundering?
Oh, sorry, yeah. Let's go back. Yeah, what is blundering? I think knight e5 is strong.
Probably knight e5, yeah, and then g4, and then
I think, well, you're attacking the bishop, so the bishop has to move,
f5.
and then you have knight to d7.
Knight d7, exactly. I don't see it, yeah. Yes, knight d7, it is.
Yeah. Okay, so rook c8 doesn't do that much. Knight c5. I don't see any way to destabilize that knight, so okay, let's move that. So rook d2.
What else? Okay, we discussed knight e4, which seems quite logical and very direct.
What about this idea?
Okay.
Work round the back.
Well, king g2.
And then...
It's easy to make the only moves, or at least...
Yes, it is. It is very true. And bearing in mind that Lei Tingjie has less than 10 minutes, this might appeal to her, but...
Bishop f5?
Again?
I will be happy to, to...
I don't feel like black is doing anything.
Yeah, to keep his bishop.
Like somehow or other, black is not putting pressure.
Yeah, I'm happy to see that our chat thinks that the position is on fire. I wouldn't really say so for the moment. I mean, for me, the way I see it, white's position, white's pieces for the moment stand quite badly, right? The rook on d2, somehow quite passive, protecting the bishop on c2. The bishop on c2 is under attack. The knight on a4, well, not very badly, but still quite far away. It requires at least one move to get to c5 or c3. So it feels that that's like the only moment for black to exploit all those pieces standing badly, because if she makes like any move such as king g7, any waiting move, right, then white will go to c5 or c3, will improve the position of this knight, and the knight e5 will become possible, and no problems for white anymore. So it feels like that you have to act now, otherwise it's just gonna be too late. And okay, knight to d7. Yes, actually, I saw that engine suggested this move, but it looks so improbable to me. Knight to d7. And as I can see it, black's idea is just to highlight that, okay, the knight is on a4, right? And you want to move it to c5 or c3. But after knight d7, if you move your knight, for example, to c3, then black's plan is connected with bringing your knight suddenly to c4, knight b6. And maybe after capturing on f3, I'm not sure, but still, this idea of bringing your knight to c4 seems so...
Yeah, it's very interesting, isn't it?
Yeah,
certainly
it is
challenging. because it's not easy for white to even contest the c4 square. And also with knight to d7, it's an interesting dilemma again for Ju Wenjun. I mean, is she going to try to unravel with knight c5? Does she initiate that set of trades? Because there is the tactical point that after here, I do have some... No, I don't. My bishop on... Whoops.
But maybe you just capture
Again.
an f3 and play rook c8, something like that.
Yeah,
And you attack
rook
the
c8
opponent's c5.
and it all falls apart. Now I was kind of hoping for rook to d4, but that doesn't work. So
Right.
knight d7 guards the c5 square, so that's no longer a possibility.
c5 and e5, which is also quite important. Maybe that's why. I mean, she was simply like calculating knight e4. She didn't think it's good enough to keep the pressure. And since she likes her position, I can see why, because white's pieces, again, they're like so badly placed for the moment. She said, okay, how can I continue putting more pressure onto my opponent? And she found this move, knight d7, guarding for the moment all these black squares, important squares, c5 and e5, and creating some ideas with, well, they're still in the air. Knight takes e2, bishop takes f3, right? And actually, what is white going to do? It feels like white is in some kind of Zugzwang. Not quite, of course, just yet, but it's, well, they need to make some decisions. I would play knight c3 anyway, if I was white, most likely.
Yeah, knight, it looks like a good move, but the knight comes to b6, we won't. Knight b6, bishop takes knight.
Here,
So
knight
let's try.
b6, and yeah, bishop b3 is still possible. It doesn't seem so bad for white, right? I mean, it feels that, okay, pieces are not ideally placed, but it's still an endgame. We have equal number of pawns and pieces, and it shouldn't be lost for right. So
No, but still it's unpleasant, right? Because white will still have to calculate every opportunity knight c4. This bishop has the potential to actually step back and go bishop f5 and try to route itself to a better square. I was thinking bishop here and then try to put a piece into d3, and white's rook still very passively placed. And I was also wondering whether you should take the time out to make one of these type of moves like f6, just to control the e5 square and control this knight circuit. Simple
maybe.
but effective. Knight d7. Great move from Lei Tingjie. So she used up a lot of her time, but she used it well. And I was just going to mention that we were given some potential insights into who some of the players' seconds are. So we learned that Timur Rajabov walked in with Lei Tingjie. So we are guessing. We are making 2 and 2, perhaps making 5, perhaps making 4. But we think that Lei Tingjie working with Timur Rajabov, and Hari Krishna is working with Ju Wenjun.
Okay.
And
this is information.
It is definitely interesting information, and it's very useful as well, because obviously when you're studying and playing in the World Championship, you also look to the style of your seconds, you look to their openings, and if you're lucky, you find their analysis online and their games. If you're not, then okay, then it's no big deal. But okay, both. I mean, let's talk a little bit about these players. So Hari Krishna has a very positional style. Have you ever played Hari Krishna before? Indian Grandmaster?
No, I don't think I played those players at all. And it would be very hard for me to say. I mean, of course, those are very strong. Both of them are very strong grandmasters. But it's not only about the level of your skills, it's about how you really get along, how you can influence a player during a tournament, and have they worked before, because it all to me as important factors, especially for women's chess. So I don't know whether it's just like a new collaboration, or maybe that means that they've been working on for quite a long time, probably throughout this cycle, preparing for the candidates for Lei, for example, and for Ju. I don't know. It would be interesting to hear more from the players themselves, but I believe that we'll need to wait till at least the end of this match, because usually players prefer not to say many things about their seconds, and coaches not to give up this information easily. Okay, and Ju Wenjun just made her move. What is that? It is bishop to b3.
Okay. And it was a move that I saw in our chat. Bishop b3
Exactly.
said, simple chess, very good. And well, Lei Tingjie now under 8 minutes to make 8 moves. No, more than 8 moves, sorry, 12 moves.
Yeah, quite a lot of moves, but for the moment I wouldn't be so, tense about this a low time on her clock, because it's still an endgame, and there are still many easy moves to make. You don't feel that it's some kind of a situation where every move might be the one, and like there is a lot of tension in the position. Still, it feels like if Black wants to simplify the position, she's gonna find a way. I mean, 97, she tried to keep this tension going, but if she feels like she's getting very low on time, then she might find a road to simplify and just play it on.
Yeah. But very much it does feel like White is on the back foot, and it is White the one who is going to be playing for the draw. And there we see Lei Tingjie on the camera. She was on the verge of making a move. What is she going to play?
And what was the move? Is she going to capture on f3?
No, she reached out. She reached out, and then I wonder whether it's, like you say, bishop takes knight, or maybe an improving move. Maybe now is the time to put the rook.
Bishop f5.
Bishop f5.
So she decided, again, she decides not to exchange. She decides to keep the same number of pieces on the board. Okay.
And maybe, just maybe the knight can be a nuisance on d3, or the bishop can also arrive there.
Or again, she just doesn't see how White is going to improve the position, and she thinks that she can, have all the time in the world to make those improving moves.
Also wondering whether g4 is a positional threat. So say you make a move. I need to make a nothing move.
Knight c3.
So I'm going to put him. Yeah, but knight c3 is actually attacking. Okay, it is. Okay, it is a nothing move. Okay, in the sense that I just was thinking, if you play g4, but it does allow White the extra option to play knight to e5.
Knight e5.
But I was just going to discuss. I wanted to discuss like this: if White is forced to play knight to h4, bishop somewhere.
Rook e1 first, I can include.
Rook e1. Let's be precise about this. Rook e1, and then king h2, and then the bishop again to e6. This knight on h4 is completely offside. And you can play a lot against this knight. For instance, you can put the king on f6, and then you just concentrate on the other side of the board where you say, look at that, I have one extra piece to put pressure on. But what I wanted to get at was, how dangerous is this threat of playing g4?
I don't know. Those pawns moves are always, quite hard for me to evaluate. Because on one hand, you understand that kind of freeze your structure in a way, right? You put your pawn you push it so far away and you weaken those black squares and you let white play f3 if they want to. I mean, there are some negative things about this g4, but at the same time I also see positive things like attacking the knight, pushing it to the edge of the board, like getting some space and getting the square e1 for my rook. And I mean, I also see positive things, and how to evaluate those, it's quite hard for me. It's not always easy.
Well, it's going to be a decision that Lei Tingjie will have to think about, because knight c3 has appeared on the board.
Well,
and
after knight
one
c3,
of the things,
yes, after knight c3, g4, there is knight e5, and
exactly.
It doesn't look so tempting anymore, because since the knight is not getting to h4, I don't think that g4 becomes,
it's not a
seems
threat.
so tempting.
But definitely it's something that white will have to consider. So but for now, you need to assess everything on a move-by-move basis, and the d5 pawn is under attack.
Maybe just as simple as knight b6. I thought that her idea, actually, of putting her knight to d7 was to make sure she kind of has this move. When white retreats her knight to c3, she can play knight b6 and again guard the pawn on d5, prepare knight c4 if needed at some point, or maybe, even your move, f6, that you suggested, with the idea to play bishop d3, knight c4 also. Those moves, they look quite interesting to me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And one kind of important point is that it does look like optically white can just jump in with the knight to e5, but the knight actually is not doing anything there. And even more, when you kick it back, it has to kind of hang its tail in shame and just drop it back. So that's not a good idea. So I like this knight b6. It's simple, it's good, and Lei Tingjie under 5 minutes.
Yeah, but she's taking her time
to reach move 30. But this is, I think she's doing everything well here, and I think this is the moment to use the time, because as you kind of mentioned earlier on, it's now or never here for black. If black wants to maximize their small advantage, then it's the time to play precisely, and you have to invest that time now. You have to hope that come move 35 to 36, 37, that your position is simple enough that you can just play on the increment.
Okay, we'll see that. 4 minutes to go. G4 it is.
G4.
So no.
Oh.
She's picking up
hang on a second.
Your way.
No.
To treat the
position. But this way, knight to e5 is a possibility. But is her idea actually to stick the knight on b6?
Yeah, maybe. Let's see.
And go, look at that. You're trapped.
So you mean, but then I can play f3, right? I have time to play f3 and...
Yeah, you have time.
And what if h5? If h5, probably then I have this idea with getting my rook to f2. F takes g4, h takes g4, and then rook f2.
Yeah. And you're going to have to step back with the bishop to e6. Yeah, I did like my g4 move, but I felt that it was too premature here. You needed to keep it in your pocket for a little bit longer. Also, this pawn on g4, you kind of mentioned it could be a weakness, and you can just see the bishop coming back to d1 and targeting that one. So g4.
Okay, and what if knight e5? Let's have a closer look to this one. Knight e5, so knight takes e5, d takes e5, rook takes e5. And then white captures on d5.
With the knight, I assume?
With the knight, yes. And actually keeping in mind a possibility of getting an endgame with light squared bishop only, this g4 move worries me a little bit. But okay, black doesn't have to exchange knights. Maybe even play knight d3 and then knight d3. I think we'll keep everything under control. Even more than that for white.
Yeah, because once the bishop moves out of the way, then this bishop will come to c4, attacking the a6 pawn and d3 knight. So no, you can't play that. G4, knight e5. So knight takes e5. That was pretty forcing. I mean, I'm just like wondering, is there anything else? Knight takes. I guess if you want to hang on a second, what about this move?
Bishop a6 or something like that.
Knight takes knight.
Yeah, I'm gonna take it, and the pawn on a6
and
is
you're
hanging.
gonna that is going as well. Oh dear, not good. Okay, so we don't want that.
I mean, we can see what's gonna happen after knight takes d5. How that's white gonna react after that.
Well, I was assuming that rook
takes e5. Yeah, we're thinking about rook e1, king h2. But still,
and then
it looks okay. Bishop e6 doesn't seem to be working.
I was banking on this, and then the rook would come defend the bishop on b3.
Yes, exactly.
So also doesn't seem to be promising much for black.
But again, we're not sure if Lei is playing for something more than that, right? We just saw that she had some interesting possibilities, and we assumed that black's pieces were standing a little bit passively. And but being there, having 4 minutes on her clock, maybe she just thinks to play it safe, and she's okay with making a draw with black pieces. And tomorrow is going to be a day off for these players, quite an important one, because they got a lot of useful information for their next games. First two games have been played.
And if this position, if this game does finish in a draw, who do you think will be the more satisfied of the two?
Well, hard to say, but again, you kind of, for the moment, it seems that Lei is pressing, right? With yesterday with white pieces, she got so many nice opportunities, and today she didn't have any problems whatsoever with black pieces, and even, even she was the one pushing it, and Ju Wenjun is holding it for the moment, but definitely the initiative seems to be in Lei's hands. So she can be very happy with her first two games. She's demonstrating that she's not gonna, sit and suffer and let Ju Wenjun put any pressure on her. She's the one who will jump for any opportunities to put pressure on her opponent. So it looks like it's going to be a very interesting and close match.
Yeah, I was curious whether you would think that Lei Tingjie is maybe slightly disappointed, because yesterday, as you mentioned, the game was tense, it was pretty high quality, but when it came to those critical moments, she didn't apply enough pressure to disturb Ju Wenjun.
But maybe, maybe it's because of the first
you had
game.
some moments.
And remember how the candidate started for her with such a dramatic loss, right? In a almost winning position, or she was the one pressing definitely in the first half of the game. Then she lost, but she bounced it back. So she doesn't seem to be this kind of a person who gives up easily. Of course, a World Championship match is quite a different story in terms of stakes being high, in terms of this pressure, tremendous pressure of seeing the same opponent day after day. But okay, for the moment, she seems to handle it very well. She doesn't have such experience as Ju Wenjun, who already been there, who played World Championship matches. Of course, still anything can happen at any moment, and we've seen even like very strong grandmasters cracking after one decisive game. So still, it feels to me that we need to see and wait these decisive games happening, and then things will start going faster in a way. For the moment, they're just playing, seeing what they prepared, how their homework looked, what they're planning to do. For the moment, it's still very quiet and very early in the match, but this whole situation is gonna change. Yes, and 95 is on the board.
Yeah, and perhaps they came as a surprise to Lei Tingjie because she did make a face, and now we see the knights leave the board. It was quite funny because when you were talking about it's very important to wait and see and be patient on chat, someone just said, "Just move."
Exactly, that's what I'm saying about be patient. Inhale, exhale, right? We have discussed those.
And now we see knight takes pawn on the board. And again, the question for Lei Tingjie is she simply going to trade off pieces and steer the game to the draw? Bearing in mind, she does have 5 minutes to make 8 moves. Okay, this is not serious time travel. This is not something to be concerned about, especially because the players do get that 30-second bonus time. I like the word bonus time better than increment because increments is a very chessy move. Bonus times, like anyone can get that. And we do see more trades. So it does look like the players are going to be steering the game to a draw. Now it's decision time for Ju Wenjun. Does she play rook takes knight? Does she go bishop takes? Keep the rooks on the board? Is she also now going to become ambitious? Because you mentioned earlier on, and I think it's a really pertinent point, that this pawn on g4 could be a weakness after all. It's gone into waters where perhaps it shouldn't have stepped foot in. And it's on the colour of the bishop.
Yes, well, unfortunately for white, after rook takes d5, white is not going to trade rooks. Right, she's gonna play rook e1. She might trade bishops, but not rooks, because here white would dream of having, I think, an endgame with bishops only on the board, but it's not clear how to get there.
Yeah, it's certainly not clear. I guess the easiest way, if Lei Tingjie wants to bail out, is simply just to go bishop e6 and trade off bishops, and at the same time reinforce all the protection of this guy. They're a little bit out there. They need to be helped. So we'll go back to the board and see how Ju Wenjun recaptures that knight. What are you predicting?
I think both ways are possible. Bishop takes d5, since it keeps more pieces for the moment on the board. Lei's face expressions, there are something. She's very funny to look at. I mean, she's very charismatic in a way, right?
Yeah, I've never actually played Lei Tingjie. Well, whilst I've played Ju Wenjun twice, for Lei, it's different kettle of fish. I mean, is she always so expressive when you play her? Does she make her feelings known? Yeah.
Yeah.
Ju Wenjun, she's very nice, but she's also very calm. And what always struck me is how she always went to tournaments, very important tournaments, and she would just go by herself and just do her own thing and do it very successfully without any drama whatsoever. I just always got the impression she's a very pragmatic person.
Yes, I don't know. We really need to be very close to a player, right, to be able to say that. Because I've played actually with Ju Wenjun for her team in the Chinese league, for the Shanghai chess team once. Yes, and she was very friendly, like helping a lot. Together, I mean, around China. And
And
It was a
what
very
is your
nice experience.
with Chinese chess? Because obviously it's like a big boom over there. You see your spot on with your predictions. Bishop did in fact recapture, and now rook e1, king goes to h2.
Yeah, maybe just even bishop h6 at some point, or maybe
Yep.
a5, just putting one more pawn
Mhm.
out of
Yeah.
this white squares. Although if black wants to draw bishop e6, seems to be a reasonable move to make. And about chess in China, well, it's been booming there for quite a long time, right? It started back at the beginning of the century, in 2000, maybe even earlier. Yeah, a little bit
Yeah.
earlier.
With Zijun being women's
Xi
world champion.
coming, yeah, much earlier actually, and with Xi but then with a whole like very strong Chinese team dominating basically women's events or winning a lot of gold medals in the Olympiads, and but then somehow women inspired men apparently, and there were many strong grandmasters appearing, that even men won. Chinese men won the overall Olympiad, and now they're definitely one of the main chess forces in the world, if we can say so. And when you think what are the countries best developed in chess, if we can say so, China will be one of them. Of course, India now is closing this gap, and Russia is still there, but China.
Well, there's definitely an aura about these countries. And there we see a5, a great move. You suggested this, just put your pawns on opposite color to the bishops. And yeah, we see Lei Tingjie perhaps slightly dissatisfied that the game is quickly heading to a draw. But what I wanted to say about countries and their auras is like Russian, had the Soviet school of chess, and they were always, and whenever you asked someone about it, they would say, what school of chess? There was no Soviet school of chess. But in the West and everywhere else, we were like, no. Even the taxi drivers play better chess than the international masters. So, and we see...
How smart is your dog? Yes, why is it smart? It's just a draw, right?
Yeah. And now f3 happening, so I'm expecting this is an interesting question. I wouldn't necessarily play pawn takes pawn, even though that trades a set of pawns, and also
you feel like playing h5.
H5 I feel like kind of preserves the integrity of the pawn structure that little bit more. And Lei Tingjie sticking to under 3.5 minutes. And stuff that I've heard of the Chinese school is that there was famous talk about a chess house. There was a house in Beijing that all the Chinese chess players were staying at. They would work together, eat together, sleep together. No, not that. Study together, and just breathe chess. And then I was asking about this house. I mean, does it exist, or is it just an urban legend? And they said, no, it exists, but it wasn't ever a chess house. It was like a mind sports house. And I was told now that actually there aren't too many chess players in this house. It's more for Go, more for people who are playing Chinese chess and bridge and other competitions. Somehow or other, there's been a kind of decentralized thing in China where grandmasters are very much encouraged to do their own thing.
Right, but also talking about these countries that right now are like the leading forces in the chess world, it's, as I can see it, it's mostly, first of all, it's a tradition, of course, right? You have to have like role models, and you have to have possibilities like chess clubs, chess trainers to bring your kids into this world. Because if you don't have a chess club at all in your city or local chess trainer, it would be very hard to get into chess. And so of course leading countries, they all do have such possibilities for parents to bring their kids into the game. But also you also have to have this mentality and like social predisposer. I mean, in a way that to become a chess professional, it's not so obvious in the European countries, for example, because at some point you need to make this decision either to go to the university and to get a profession, because how else can you earn for your living by playing chess? Again, in Europe seems to be almost as mission impossible, while in these countries these leading players, they do have such a possibility because of the government support, of federation support, of sponsorships, I don't know, different stories everywhere, but still they do consider becoming a chess professional, and with that I mean just playing chess, working on chess and thinking, and yes, breathing chess all the time. It's not something that everyone is able to do in the Western countries. That's what makes it different, because if you want to have many strong players, you really need to create a possibility for them to be professionals in this area. And in order to become professionals, you really need to, let them, focus only on that, not think constantly about earning money for living. So, yeah.
Yes, I agree. It's very important to have the right structure so that you can become professional. And in the meantime, I did see that Ju Wenjun did advance the rook to d4 with a sneaky idea of putting the rook on f4, attacking the bishop, and also simultaneously asking questions about f7 and g4. So there was one small thing that I noticed, that after rook f4, you couldn't do moves like king to g6 because, look at that. You lose
but
pawn.
You can always play rook e5 right after rook f4.
Aha. And that would, of course, maintain the balance. But I just wanted to point out that king g6 was a mistake.
Yeah, you always have to keep an eye on those small tactical details. Even in a very simple basic endgame, you don't forget about tactics.
Mm-hmm. And even more, I would say, about tactics, because the position is very simplified, it's open, and you have to consider the long-range power of the pieces. And there we are, move 36. We see Lei Tingjie has 2 minutes to make 4 moves. And I think that this is well within her means. The position is pretty simple. It's clarified enough, so she will be able to find good, safe moves. The question is, can Ju Wenjun perhaps use that time to her advantage, perhaps play something that Lei Tingjie doesn't expect? So the kind of moves that I'm thinking about could be to do with retreating the bishop.
And
bishop
trying to get your
trying
to get your rook, right?
Bishop c4 and trying to go rook to d5 or something a little bit unusual. I'm really trying to think of how to confuse the opponent, and I can't really find a successful move. But how to?
You shouldn't try too hard to confuse your opponent, because at some point you can, get confused yourself. It's been happening to me.
Yes, that happens to me too.
Times. Mm-hmm.
I feel you, Alexandra. It happens to me a lot. Someone said to me once, they said, "You know what, Yovi, just take the draw. You don't need to
right. Just stop. That's been enough. Yeah.
In the end, you took so many risks that you had to beg for the draw." And I was like, "Yeah." And they said, "You could have saved yourself 2 hours hard work." And I was like, "Yes, I understand." But then again, you're gonna try. But
it happens again.
It's very difficult though to find some kind of tricky move. Because after all, any rook to d5 will be met with bishop e6, and you can't get your rook to d7. So maybe you can do some switching around with your rook, put it to a4.
Yeah, but if the rook goes to e4, then rook will get to e5 probably, and maybe that's just gonna mean that you will need to get back with your rook to d4. But then rook e2.
Yeah, and then
since rook e2 is a threat in a way, or it feels this way. I like your idea of like retreating the bishop to c4, like playing bishop c4 right now, taking under control the e2 square, having in mind rook d5 maybe at some point, maybe not straight away because of bishop e6, but just, putting the bishop there and keeping it protected and just waiting for black's next move to appear on the board.
Yeah. Just keep the game alive and see what your opponent comes up with. And Ju Wenjun now under 7 minutes, and Lei Tingjie's expressions really make me chuckle. She it looked like she was like, "It's just a draw."
Yes, let's do it. No, they need to. Can they offer a draw right now?
No,
or till the move 40, right? They can't.
They have to move past the move 40, which is unusual because normally it's past move 30.
Right, but in Cairns Cup, the one that I just played, there was no draw first allowed at all.
So
you couldn't offer a draw. Unless there is threefold repetition, 50 move rules, you were not allowed to offer a draw.
Mm-hmm. And how do you like these fighting measures? Did you think that
for me,
draw
it's easier
should be
if
allowed?
you're not allowed? Sometimes it's very hard when you get a draw offer and you start thinking and hesitating and deciding whether to take it or not. So for me, it's easier not to think about it, just focus on the chess. If there is threefold repetition or 50 move rules, and then of course, yeah, it's a draw. But other than that, just play on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree with you. It can be very confusing, especially in the situation when you meet someone a lot higher rated than you, and they offer you a draw. And then you know that you're slightly better, maybe better.
Or maybe not so slightly, maybe even much better. That's why they offer these draws.
Yeah. And the rook did go to a4. And
okay.
I'm expecting your move because Lei Tingjie made a face. That she was maybe somewhat surprised by that. So decision now for Lei Tingjie, rook e5. She doesn't have that much time. She's reaching for the rook. Oh,
yeah.
And now the rook
and then
comes
back to d4. Okay, but that looks a little bit strange. Maybe it's still okay. What's going to happen after rook e2? What does she want to do?
Maybe
just b3 or what?
B3 looks viable.
Well, b3, she takes f3. It kind of lets.
But then you can go bishop takes f3. You can also go on the counter attack as well. You can go rook a4 and just say, I'm not really fussed about whatever you're doing there. And okay, the rook comes to e1, and
that's a draw offer.
That's a draw offer.
You see, yes. And here we go. Well, they will repeat, and now they can safely offer a draw according to the rules, or can just simply repeat and claim it.
Yep.
Claim it a draw.
There you go. And it is a draw in the second game of the 2023 Women's World Championship between Ju Wenjun, reigning 3-time Women's World Champion, and her challenger, Lei Tingjie. Oh, very tense game. What are your impressions, Alexandra?
Yeah, I'm still impressed by Lei's play. I think she's the one putting pressure onto her opponent, as I mentioned, definitely in those two games. Of course, Ju Wenjun can be happy in a way that she, didn't crack under this pressure. But still, if I were her, I would be a little bit worried. Probably would consider changing slightly something in my attitude, in my openings choice, in my way of playing.
Yeah.
Maybe not. Maybe it's still early and there is nothing to worry for Ju Wenjun just yet. But Lei is definitely on her track. She's putting pressure onto your opponent. And I mean, if you want to make your opponent make mistakes, you just really need to put this pressure on. So I'm very excited about the next games. Tomorrow is going to be a free day for the players and commentators and spectators. But then, yeah, the games will resume. And again, I am waiting for this first decisive game because as soon as it happens, things start to burn and fire appears on the board. Yeah.
We're going to see a change in the momentum. And looking at the scoreboard, we have 2 games, 2 draws. And one of the things that you kind of gave me the idea of when it comes to assessing who has the advantage and who doesn't, in terms of opening, I completely agree with you. It is Ju Wenjun who needs to go back to the drawing board and come up with new, fresh ideas. What she's done so far hasn't worked out, and it's advantage Lei Tingjie there. And when it comes to middle game, I would say that they're kind of quite evenly matched. I don't think either side have a necessary like a psychological advantage there, because we've seen Ju Wenjun defend resourcefully under pressure, and whereas Lei Tingjie has been the one that has been making a Ju Wenjun squirm. And when it comes to endgames, we haven't had any kind of endgames yet, but have been like very clearly in one side's favor. So it's just been fizzled out to a draw. So still a lot of work there left to do. But who do you think will be going into the rest day with a big smile on their face? Or both sides can't do that.
Well, since Lei is more kind of charismatic, more emotional in a way, so she should be the one smiling. But the big question remains whether she's going to be the last smiling in this match after all the games are played. We'll figure it out pretty soon.
Okay, we will figure it out. And let's have a look at the schedule. Because, as we mentioned, tomorrow, Friday, July the 7th, it will be a rest day for the players. The players will be working hard. They will be perhaps rejigging their strategies, coming up with fresh ideas, or maybe just relaxing and trying to regain their energies. We will find out, because on Saturday, July the 8th, it will be game 3. And Ju Wenjun will have the black pieces. Lei Tingjie once again will put her under pressure with the white pieces. And it has just been such an exciting start to the match. And I know that, Alexandra, you will be taking a few days pause before you rejoin the stream. But I'd like to thank you so much, because it's been a lot of fun commentating the action alongside you. Any final impressions?
Yeah, likewise. It was very nice commentating with you, and I'm looking forward to joining you again next week. But I'm taking a weekend off. I'll be following your commentary on Saturday and Sunday, but we'll try to recharge my batteries. And I'm looking forward for another Berlin on Saturday, another exciting Berlin, I must say. And yeah, let's go with that.
And I agree with you. It could be Berlin, or Lei Tingjie might surprise us and choose a different opening strategy. I can't wait for Game 3 on Saturday. And finally, I'd like to thank everyone at home for watching, for joining in the chat, and just for your engagement. It's been a lot of fun so far. And just enjoy the day, enjoy the moment, enjoy the evening, wherever you are in the world. Thank you for watching. Goodbye.